This is the production version of the completed project. It's basically a task manager where you can log in, you can register, when you're registered, you're authenticated, you can create your task and you can edit and update your task. And anybody can come right here on the platform to create an account and to manage his or her own task. So we have authentication, comfort, authorization, JC Web Tokens, quick security. Your front end is in Angular, your back end is in Spring Boot, database, and I use MySQL Postgres. So now let's test this out, and I'm just going to log in with an existing user, which is Samantha. She's a doctor. She uses this platform to register her task. So she logs in right here, and this is some of the tasks she has created and those she has completed, and they have different priority right here. So we can see this is a task this is a high task. She can click on edit right here to edit a task. She can mark a task as completed and that task is going to be gone. She can delete a task right here by deleting a task when she feels like. And she can, filter a task by priority. For tasks that are high, she can filter them and they're going to display right here. For tasks that are medium, she can filter tasks by medium. She can filter tasks by low right here. She can also filter tasks by the status. We have status that are completed and we have status that are pending. So she will most likely want to filter status that are pending so she will know the tasks that are of high priority. So this is basically what the task manager is. She can click on add to add a new task. Let me just say to visit a private patient. We don't really know why she wants to do that, but let's just hope it's something positive. Let me just do some kind of winking stuff right here. She's going to have fun visiting the patient right here, and she wants to do that in Julia, which is going to be Julia right here, and the priority is of very low right here. You can create a task and look at the task has been added right here. So she can log out and that's going to log out. Another user like Jude, which is I think he's a lawyer right here. Jude can log in and Jude can see all his tasks that are specific to him. We can see he has a case to file. He has not even completed anything right here. Basically what the lawyer does. Jude can complete a task right here. Jude can filter a task by priority. So these are the tasks specific for Jude alone. So this is the production version for a task manager. And we can see this has been deployed to the cloud, the database deployed to the cloud, the backend service Spring Boot deployed to the cloud, the front end Angular deployed to the cloud, and this is basically the link right here. So now let's get into it. Before we do that, we also have a simple design right here. We have, let me quickly bring that up. We have a Figma design for the entire project, and we also have the entity design right here. I don't know if that's going to be up. Let me just open it up right here quickly. That's it right here. This is the entity design, and this is basically the full full architectural design for the project. We have the front end, you have the authentication module, we have the controller layer, the service layer, the repository layer, the database, and all requests are filtered through the authentication. And if the user is permitted to access the request comes into the controller, all the actions are performed, and the return goes back from the controller to the user. We also have the entity, which is basically the user and the task, and they all have the relationship with each other. Then for our simple front-end design, we already have a design right here, which I'm just going to bring up. We have the design we're going to be following, and a link to these are going to be present. We have the registration page, the login, the task, the add and edit task, and all of that, and they are all there. So now let's move in. We are going to kick this up by creating our Spring Boot app. So I'm just going to go to my browser right here and hit start.spring.io. This is going to open the Spring Initializer, and I'm going to use this to create my project. The language should be Java and the project should be Maven. The faction should be the latest table, the 3.4, and the group name should be Figon, should be whatever you want. For me, let's just leave it at that, and the name should be called, let me just say tasks app, something like that. And I can just say React, I don't know. I'm going to have other framework. Let me just call it task app. And my Java version, I'm using 21, so select the version that you are using, and the packaging should be in Java. So for dependency, I'm going to be using the Spring Web, the JPA, Spring Data JPA, the Lombok. I'm going to be using my SQL driver. If you are using Postgres, just add your Postgres right there. But for me, I'm using my SQL, so I'm using my SQL. Then I'm also going to be having some validations. Use the validation right here, and then I'm also going to be using security, so have my Spring security right there. So let's check again: Spring Web, JPA, Lombok, MySQL, or Postgres for those using Postgres, validation, and Spring security. So this looks good. I'm going to click on generate, and it's going to generate for me. So that has been generated, and I'm going to come right here and extract it right there, and that has been extracted, and I'm going to open this up in Visual Studio. In IntelliJ IDE, not Visual Studio. We're using IntelliJ for Java. So open that in IntelliJ. I'm just going to come right here, click on open, and it's going to prompt me to open my system. I'm going to select where the project is, which is basically right here, task app right here. I'm going to open it, and yeah, trust the project, and it's going to open up right here. So at start is opening up, I'm going to add my connection to my database. For those using my SQL, I'm going to have the connection for my SQL. For those using Postgres, I'm also going to have the connection for Postgres. So for my SQL user, this is how you connect to my SQL. I'm going to come right here, and first of all, let's have our port, which is server.port, and let's just give it a port of 3030, and then I'm going to have my SQL connection right here. And this basically just have a URL that points to where your database is, and then the root to log in the database, the password to log in the database, which is this, and then just call it my SQL driver because we are using my SQL. And the DDL is going to be auto. This means that whenever there's a change in your entity class, it's going to persist and update what you have in the database table. So that's that. So I'm just going to go to my SQL workbench and create a database called task. So come right here and just say create database and call it task, and that's going to execute that. And if I refresh right here, we can see tasks has been created for me. Alternatively, if you don't want to write your code, you can click on this icon right here that has this kind of big stuff right here to see create schema. Click on that, type your schema name, just click on apply, and it's going to create your database for you. So let me leave that out. I prefer using the SQL command. So for Postgres users, let's also see how to connect to your Postgres. For Postgres users, it's very, very simple. Same way right here. They're similar. So let me just comment this out right here so we can see this is for my SQL users and this for Postgres. So for Postgres users, you need to first of all add the Postgres to your project. Let me just quickly add that. I'm just going to add dependency, Postgres right here, and explore. I'm just going to get hold of that Postgres. I'm just going to paste that in, which is this right here. So I'm just going to copy the dependency right there, come to my prompt right here, and below my SQL, I'm just going to paste it right here. I'm going to comment it out because I won't be using it. So for those who are using Postgres, you can see your dependency right here. Let me say Postgres users. So this is your dependency right here. And this is going to be my SQL users. Okay, so it's very simple. This is basically what you need. You pass in, you create your database in your Postgres PHP my admin in PG my admin, sorry, which is called, just open your PG my admin, create your database called task, pass in your username, pass in your password, then leave these other ones as they are because we are basically using a Postgres driver right here. So this is for the connection for Postgres users, right? For my SQL user, this is for connection. This is basically the difference between MySQL and Postgres, and every other thing are basically the same because they are structured query languages. So now, having done that, we are going to move to structure our packages right here. So to structure our package, I'm going to open this right here. Before then, let me just run my application to check if it's successfully connected to my DB. Click on run right there, and let's wait and see what is going to happen at the end. We can see application started in this, and we can see it's currently running right here, and we can see a default username and password was generated for me because I'm having Spring Security. So this was connected successfully, so I'm just going to stop this and close that out. So let's structure our package. Come right here, click on new package, call this controller, and another new package, call it DTO. Another new package, call it entity. Another new package, call it enums. Another new package, call it exceptions. Another new package, call it repo. Another new package, call it security. And our last package is going to be our services. So package, call it service. Now, for those who might not understand the Spring Boot architecture, let me quickly go back again and explain. It's basically very simple. We have the front end right here and interact through to the back end by passing through the controller layer. So the controller layer is exposed to the front end where the front end interact with. So the controller layer collects data and passes it to the service layer where all the logic and logical implementation is, and the service layer passes it to the repository layer where the database implementation is. So the repository layer basically connects to our database, source information, passes it back, and the information are relayed back to the controller, which is then relayed back to the front end. So for a situation whereby we are having security, where we have to use JWT for authentication and authorization. Whenever a request is coming in, it's going to be intercepted by the authentication implementation first before it goes down to the controller. And if the conditions are met based on the security implementation we have in place, the request is going to be intercepted and then validated. So now talking about security, let's add our JWT dependency, which we're going to be using for authentication and authorization. So I'm going to come right here and say JWT Maven dependency. Just search for JWT. JWT means JSON Web Token. Let's say Maven dependency. And you can see right here, go to the Maven repository. And this is more like the old one. We are being told that it has been moved to io.json Web Token. So click on that. And right here, we are being told that what you should use is implementation, the API, and the Jackson, which I'm going to open in different folders. So let me open this implementation right here, API right here, and then Jackson right here. So we're going to be using the latest stable version for each of them. So for the Jackson, I'm just going to click on this and copy this one right here, go to my form.xml right here. Here's it. This is it. And I'm just going to paste it right here below this right here. This is going to be for our Jackson, and I'm going to do the same for our implementation right here. Click on the latest stable version, copy it right there, paste it right here, and then go for our API right here, the stable latest version again, and then click on this right here, copy it, and then move back, and then paste it right here. So this is our JWT Web Token dependency. We have the Jackson, the implementation, and the API. So for this dependency to be downloaded so we can use them, you need to click on this kind of icon right here that is telling you, hey, click on me. Click on that. If peradventure you're not able to get this, which is detecting your change, then just click right here on the Maven. Then you're going to see this little icon right here. Open it and click on Synchronize All Project, and then click on Reload All Maven Project. So either of them is either you click on this one right here, which is going to re-download all your dependency, or click on this Maven M icon, click on Synchronize All Project, is going to re-download and synchronize all your project, and then reload all Maven project. It's going to also download and reload your Maven project. So all the dependency probably has been downloaded, and we can see them right here in the external library. Right here, which we can see all our dependencies are basically here. So this is where they are installed to be used. So that's it. And yep. So we are going to continue by having our entity detail and repository. Before I do that, I'm just going to quickly bring in my enums to write my enums right there. So I'm just going to come within the enums, and we're going to be having a priority and a role. As we can see the design, we want to be able to have the priority right here. When you're adding a task, we want you to be able to set the priority, and we also want to have different kind of roles. We want admin to be there, we have users to be there. So let's do that, and we get the enums right here. If I click on that, go a new Java class, I'm going to select go to the enum. I'm just going to call this role, and this is an enum, and it's going to have the admin and then the user role. And also I'm going to have the priority also enum. If I click on that, create a Java enum, and let's call it priority. And that's going to have like three priority. We have the low, we have the medium, and we have the high. So these are different priority for a task, and that's it. So after that, I'm going to write my entities, which we can see in the design right here. And let's just kick this up with the user entity first. Let me zoom this so we can see the field correctly. So for the user entity, I'm going to come right here and go to the entity folder right here and create a new class called user. So right click and go to new Java class called user. It's a class, and I'm going to annotate this with an entity right here, and our table, and then our data at all arcs constructor at no arc constructor. And for the table, I'm just going to give it a name. I'm going to just call it user. So what exactly are this annotation all about? The add entity is basically telling us that, hey, this is a JPA entity, and you should create a table for this in your database when you successfully make a connection. A table is saying that, hey, we know you are going to create a table for us, but the name of the table should be called users. The add data is from Logbog. It's going to help to generate getter and setter for the feeds of this user. The all arc constructor and no arc constructor is basically going to automatically create a constructor for this user when it is needed, or if a constructor is not needed, it's not going to create a constructor for it. So that's it. I'm just going to write my feeds out by first of all having the ID of the user, and this I'm just going to annotate it at ID, and I'm just going to say generated value. Then the strategy is going to be generated type.identity. This is going to help ID to be auto-generated and managed for us. We don't have to manually generate an ID. This is the primary key. At ID means that this is the primary key, and at generated value means that this is going to be self-managed and it's going to be auto-generated for us. by using this identity strategy means that whenever it's about to create an ID, we'll make sure that two ID do not exist. So that's what we are doing right here. And I'm going to move forward to have other fields that will be needed, such as the username. We need the username, we need the password, we need, what else do we need? Let me see my entity right here. We need that, we need the role created at, updated at, and the task. So we need the role, which is going to be of type role. And make sure that the role you are importing from the enums, not some other role elsewhere in your dependency. Just make sure it's from your enum, which what we created right here. If you're confused, just look at my dependency, my importation, and check out where I'm importing this from. So the role is going to be called role, and then I'm going to have my local date time as created at, what's that? Created at, and then my private local date time as updated. Let me just get rid of that, updated at, and then I'm going to have also a relationship to the task, which I'm just going to have a list of tasks made by the user, which I'm going to create shortly. So we can see we're having a task from the config. Don't use that because that's not what we need. So we're going to create our own task. So say task, and I'm going to call that task, and that's going to be new. Let's just make it an empty array for now. And let's have our annotations. And for this task, we are going to be having a at one to many. And I'm just going to have a mapped by to be the user, not users, and then cascade is going to be cascade type dot all, and then orphan remover is going to be true. I'm going to explain all of this. So first of all, one to many basically means that a user, which is one user, can have many tasks. That's why we're having a list of tasks right here. It means that one user can have multiple tasks. Mapped by user means that in the task entity, there's going to be a field called user right there. So that means that they can be able to keep an eye on each other. And cascade equals to cascade.all means that whenever there's a change in the user entity, and the change has to do with the task entity, make the update on the task. And if a user is deleted, delete all the tasks associated to that user. Orphan remover equals to true means that if somehow, let's say a user is removed and there are some tasks which are no longer associated with anything, then auto remove those items. So that's what this does. Then what are we going to do again? So let me just, for the row, let me annotate this with at enumerated, and enum type dot string. This basically means that the actual name of this role, which is admin or user, is going to be what will be saved in the database table. If you don't put this enumerated right here, it's going to save 0 and 1 based on the position of these values right here. So always do that if you want to see the real name saved in the database. So for username, let's add validation to this column. So at column, at unique is true and nullable is false. This is self-explanatory. It basically means that for this column, we want the username to be unique, means that no two username can be the same for this table, right? So that's it. So for the password, I can add some, also make validation right here and say nullable to be false. And I can just say not blank. I don't know. Just say not blank. Some validations. I'm just going to say if it's blank, I'm just going to have a message to say password is required, something like that. Then the local created and updated at is there. So this is our user entity. Let me just check if we are missing anything out. We are not, so let's move to the task entity. So in the same entity right here, right click on it and create a new class called task. And we know how it is done. I'm just going to bring the items right here and just have them right there. I already explained that, so I won't do that again. So I'm just going to call this task, and I'm going to have some fields like the ID and other fields. So let me do that right here, the ID, and then we're going to have the title, which is going to be a private string title, and then we're going to have a description, and we're going to have some other fields right there, like completed that on something. So let's do that. That's going to be a boolean completed, and then let's have our priority. Do I need priority for this? Okay, yeah, I need it. So let's say private priority, which is the enum to be priority, and let's annotate this with at enumerated and enumerated type dot string. And then what field do we need again? We need the, I think, let me check what we need. We need the due date, created at, updated at, okay? Yep, so let me just have this right here as they're similar. And then this is created at, updated at, and then we have the due date called due date, the date which this task is supposed to be due. And then we're going to also link this to a user by saying private user, which is make sure the user is from your entity and not from your other kind of user. So this is going to be a user right here. The user is the owner of the task, and right here we're going to say many to one, and means that many tasks can belong to one user, which is basically what this means. And I'm just going to have a fetch right here. Fetch, I'm just going to say fetch type dot, let me make it lazy. That means that whenever we are fetching a task, we should not prioritize fetching the user. We should just fetch the user when not eagerly. That's what it means. We should fetch the user, but it should not be a major priority. We can just fetch the user in the background along with the task. That's what that is. And then I can say join column, and name is going to be the user underscore ID, and then no label is going to be false. And then using the task to return a data, I don't want the user to be returned along, so I'm just going to say JSON, where is it? JSON ignore. This means that whenever I'm returning the user, whenever I'm using this task class to return a list of tasks, I don't want the user object to be returned along. That's what the JSON ignore does. Ignore this when using the task to return a response. So JSON join column means that in the task column, we want the name to be called user ID, which we're going to see shortly how it's done, what later became of it. So that's it. And nullable false means that this cannot be null. The user must be the one creating a task. So that's it. We have the ID, title, description, completed, which is a boolean. And for here, I can just make this, let me add validation for here, make it not null. The completed status should not be null. And then for the title, let me add validations and say not blank means that if there's a if there's a validation error, if this is blank, I'm just going to return this and say title is required, or title cannot be blank. Let's just say cannot be empty or blank, something like that. Okay, so title, let me be careful with my spelling. So that's it. And let me check again if title, description, completed, priority, due date, created that, updated that, and the user. So our entity is correct. So we're going to move to have our DTO, and right here in my DTO, let's have our DTO right here. I'm going to my DTO right here. I'm going to start this up with the user request. User request is basically going to be used to register a user and to log in a user. So you're just going to click on user, click on a class. I'm just going to call this user request, and it's a class, and I'm going to annotate it with our data, and I'm just going to have two simple fields right here. The first is just going to be the username, and then the last is going to be the password. And right here, I'm going to validate this by using the not blank. And if there's a validation error, I'm just going to say username is required. Means that if you are trying to use this request to log in a user or to register a user and these fields are not passed in, it's just going to yell at you and say, hey, username is required or password is required when needed. So let's also have our task requests. To create a task within my DTO, create a new Java class, call it task request. It's a class and have your data annotation. And right here, I'm going to have my private long ID, and then I'm going to have my feeds such as title. I'm going to have my description. I'm going to have the completed, just the same thing I have right here in my task right here. You just copy everything right here. It's the same. We're going to copy everything right here and come right here. And then also the ID right there. So the title is there, the description is there, the completed is there. I'm just going to, the priority is there, and then the due date is there. So let me add some extra validation right here. For my title, I'm just going to say at size, the max should be like, I don't need a very long title. I want to like make max to be 200. And then if let's say more than 200 data is passed in, character is passed in, I'm going to just say title must be, what did I, must be less than 200 characters, something like that. So for the description, also going to do the same thing right there. Say description must be less than 200 as well. Let me see what I have right here. Okay. Okay. Description must be less than, let me just say 240. I don't know. I think by default, I don't know. Let me check the default character for a string entity. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me just go to the chat GPT and ask what the default is. So let me just say, what is the default character that a string entity can hold in a MySQL or Postgres, MySQL database, as seen here. I don't know. This is a task. I'm just say as seen here, something like that. Let me just say as seen here. We just see what ChatGPT will tell us. In MySQL, when you define a string like this, the GPA, we can see the maximum character is 255, which we can see that's the maximum length of the description. Okay, so that means so we can decide to increase the length by annotating it with that this and taking the length to 1000, which is basically what I want to do. So I want to increase the length for this. So come right here to the task entity and just come right here and say a column length is 1000, means that this description can be longer. But for the title by default, I think it should be, the title does that 255 by default. So yeah, so when I'm validating my task request, my title, I think let's just make the maximum to be 1000, must be less than, let's say, did I say what? Let's just say 500 characters, the description. But for the title, let's just make it 200, the description, make it 500. So that's it, and everything looks good. For the completed ads, I'm just going to add some little validation for the completed, not null, and if it's been validated, let me send a message and say completed status is required. So for priority, let me just get rid of this, and let's also do add not null. And if you make a mistake right there, I'm just going to say priority is required. So for the due date, it's same thing. For the due date, I'm just going to say at future, there's a future or present means that you cannot, the due date cannot be before today. That's what it means. So if somehow you set a due date which is before today, that means I'm just going to say due date must be today or in future. So these are the validations that we are going to be needing, which looks good. And that is our DTU right here. So finally, I'm going to be using a generic class response to return all our response, and I'm going to write the response DTU right now. So in my DTU right here, I'm going to create a new Java class called response. It's a class. I'm going to annotate with our data, which we already know what it does, is helps to generate getter and setters. And I'm going to use a builder pattern. A builder helps us to access the class by using .builder.build method without us having to use a new instance to create an object from this class. That's what the builder does. Then I'm just going to use like JSON ignore, JSON include right there, and I'm just going to say JSON include dot not null. This basically means that if I'm using my class right here to return a response, it's going to ignore the fields that are null. So having said that, let me have my status code. We have my status code. Let me have my message, and then let me have the data, which is basically just going to store whatever I want to output as the data. So that's it. Is the actual payload. Where is it? To return, something like that. Yeah, actual payload to return. So that was it. Anything missing? No, nothing missing right here. Everything looks good. So my T is not showing me error. Let me check what's exactly wrong with my private key of data. Let me see. Okay. I'm coming. Let me just view this to see what the problem is. Okay, class T of type response. Okay. Let me come. I don't know. Let me just do that again. Private T. Um, this should be a generic. So why is it not able to detect its data? Okay. I'm still getting that crazy error. I'm just going to check. Okay, I can just make this object of data, and if you're not able to get a generic, you should be able to get an object. Okay. No, let's use a T generic, and let's define that in the response of type T. So make it the response of type T, so we can use any kind of data right here. So I think that has been solved our problem, and we are good to go. Let me just bring this down. We are going to have our repositories. We are going to have our users and our task repository. So I'm just trying to bring this up right here. So within my repo right here, I'm going to right click on it and create a new interface. Scroll down to the interface, and I'm just going to call this user repository, and it's an interface, and it's going to extend a JPA interface JPA repository, sorry, it's going to extend the JPA repository, and it's going to take in the entity, which is going to be the user, and then the primary key of the user, the data type of the primary key of the user, which is a long. So how do we know that? We can come right here. This is the primary key, and this is the data type, which is a long. So that's it. And right here, I'm going to have a method to find by username, which is optional of type user, and that's going to be find by username, and then it's going to take in the username right here and call that username. So yeah, so make sure this your spelling is very correct, because find by username, find by is a term, and when you type find by and whatever you type after it should be a field in your user, which is basically going to, determine if it can, search it. So for this, let me just rename this to user. Everything should be in smaller case, so username. So rename in your user, rename the username to username or in small letter. The code is already there, so go right there and just copy the code entity right there. So by doing this, when you say find by, whatever you pass in is going to use that to query to get that user. If I want to find by, let's say, role, and I'm just going to come here and say find by role, is going to, like, this should be capital arrow, is going to use that to search for a user with that role. So that's basically how this is. Let's just bring back our user back. It's basically going to be used to search for a user. It's more is the SQL query are going to be generated by JPA. So that's the importance of using JPA. You don't have to write your SQL query manually. Just use the right keywords and it's going to auto generate that for you. So let's move to have a task repository. And in the repo right here, click on new interface and call it task repository. That's an interface, and that's going to extend JPA repository, and it's going to take in a task entity, and then the primary key of that task is a long, and it's going to take that there. I'm going to have the same way we had some methods right here to find by. We're also going to be finding by in the task repository. I'm just going to quickly write that out so we save time. So right here we are finding by a user, which is going to take in a user from our entity. We make sure that the user is coming from your entity, right, which you created on your own. And for the priority, we're going to also be searching, finding by priority. So find by user is going to search for a user, and we're passing in a sort, which we are going to see shortly. Sort is basically how do you want the data to be returned? Do you want the data to be sorted by due date or by name or alphabetically or by the ID? The same thing. Those information are going to be passed in based on what you want. Then find by completed status, we're going to find a user whose completed status is either true or false. We're going to find a list of tasks, not user, whose completed status is either true or false. And then also to find by priority. So all these are there, and we're going to see how they're going to be used. So make sure those fields are already there, so it will be very easier to search for them. Make sure your completed is here, your priority is here, your user is here. With this information, that's what we're going to be using to query our database and return the specific task based on the query we have right here. Next, we are going to have our exception. What we want to do is want to be able to throw custom exception in our application, and we want to also be able to catch those exceptions and return a particular response based on those exceptions. So in my exception package right here, I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to create a new Java class. I'm going to call this not found exception, and that's going to be a class, and it's going to extend a runtime exception. And right here, I'm going to have a public constructor right here, not found exception, and it's going to take in my message, or let's just say error, which can just be EX, your exception right there. And I'm just going to evolve the super class from the runtime exception. I'm just going to pass in the exception right there, which is EX. So that's it. I'm going to also have a bad request kind of exception. I'm just going to duplicate this and call this bad, bad request exception. Click on OK. And that's basically just going to be it. We don't need to do any other thing. It's a bad request. It's a bad request. So what we're going to do is to have a controller advisor for our exception. So I'm going to do that quickly. I'm going to do that and explain what exactly it's doing and when it will be used. Within my exception, go to that again, create a new Java class, call it the global exception handler. And I'm going to annotate this, which adds controller advice, which you can see right here from Spring Framework.web bind annotation. And right here, I'm going to define my exception. When I'm done with this, I'm going to show you how and when it's going to be used. So I'm going to first of all have my public response entity. I'm going to return the response entity of response. Remember, we said our response class, which we created from our detail, is going to be the generic class which we'll be using to return a response. So let me use that to return a response right here. I'm just going to call this handle all unknown exceptions. So my spelling is a little bit wrong, but it does not mean anything. So let me just pass the exception right here, call it EX, and right here I'm just going to say my response of type any is going to be called response equals to the response dot builder dot build. We can see because we annotated this response class with builder, we can actually now use the builder pattern, which is the builder right here. So if actually we didn't use the builder, we're just going to say new response and begin to do your stuff. But with the builder, you can just use the builder method to do that. So now let's set the status code, which is going to be state http status dot internal server error, where is it? Dot value, and then that's going to be 500. Then the message is going to be the X of get message, and we are building. I'm just going to return a new response entity. I'm passing in the response and then passing in the http status dot internal server error. Good. So now we are not done yet. So let's annotate it with exception handler. So now we are done. So whenever there's any kind of exception which we do not know that is thrown in our application, is going to be handled by this. Now, let me move back to the architectural design and let's see what exactly the Spring Framework application the architectural design is. We can see this is exactly how it is. Whenever a request is coming in, it first of all will be authenticated and it will move down to the controller, right? From the controller, the whatever happens is going to happen and is going to return the response back and is going to take it back to the front end. Now, whenever a request comes to the controller, any error that happens within the controller, any error that happens in our application is going to be handled by this controller advice. That's basically what it is. It's a controller advice, means that any request that comes through the controller that gets to the controller and there's an error is going to handle it. So, but if a request is not getting to the controller, it does not know about it, but it handles any request that comes to the controller that has an error right there. So that's what this does. It handles any errors that is coming through the controller or anything. So if trying to process our application, let's say an error occurs in the controller layer, or an error occurs in the service layer, or an error occurs in the repository layer, this controller advice is going to intercept it and is going to return this custom response, which we are building right here, and is going to return it back to the controller, and that's what is going to happen. So now let's also do this to handle not found exception and then the other bad request. So I'm going to call this not found exception right here, and this is going to take in a not found exception, and this is going to be a not found, and that's going to be here not found. So one little thing we did not do correctly is that right here we're going to, for the exception handler, we're going to specify what kind of exception is going to listen to. So for this one, it's going to listen to any exception that was not defined. For this other one, we want this to specifically listen to a not found exception dot class. So any exception that is being catched by the not found right here is going to trigger this exception handler and is going to return this custom response right here. So that's basically what this does. I'm going to do the same thing for our bad request. And this is going to be called bad request exception. And it's going to be a bad request. And that's going to be a handle bad request right here. And this is going to be a bad request kind of response code, and that's going to be a bad request. So in our application, whenever a bad request exception is thrown, it's going to trigger this response. Whenever a not found exception is thrown, it's going to trigger this response. Whenever any other kind of exception is thrown, it's going to trigger this response right there. So that is what the controller advice error handling is all about. So we are going to write our security implementation right here. So I'm going to start this up with an auth user. So within my security package, let me right click on that. You know what? Let me just close this up a bit. In your security package, right click on it and create a new Java class, call it auth user. And that's going to be a class. I'm going to make this a builder and annotate with add data. And right here, I'm going to implement the user details from the Spring Framework core.user details. And I'm going to first of all bring in my user, which is going to be a private final, just a private user right there from our user entity right here, not our user details. This user should be from our user entity user. And as I said, I already have the import right here, so make sure you know where I'm importing them from. And I'm going to right click on options and implement the method, which is basically, let's just implement the authority, password, and username right there. And so why are we doing this? So why are we implementing the user details? So basically, when you are working with Spring Security and you have your users right here, Spring Security cannot directly work with your user entity. You need to convert your user entity to a user details and then also to a user detail service, which is basically what Spring Security understands. So for us to do that, we have to create more like an auth user and implement the user details and then feed in the necessary information right here from our user. So that's basically what we are doing. So here I'm just going to return collectors, collections, no collectors, collections dot sing. Let's say single. Where was that? Let's say singleton or something like that. Singleton list, and then I'm just going to say new simple granted authority. I'm just going to say user dot get role dot name. So this basically what I'm doing here is I'm feeding the role of the user to this grant authority, and Spring is going to take it up from there. So that's going to notify Spring Security that hey, this is the role of the user, and that is going to help to manage the user. For the password, I'm just going to say user dot get password. I'm going to feed in the password of the user to the user, and the username I'm going to feed in the username of the user to the username. So this is our auth user. Next, we are going to convert our user details and have our user detail service. We're going to feed in this into our user details. To go to the security right here, create a new Java class again, call this custom user details service, and that's going to be a class. I'm going to annotate this with service, and then I'll require our constructor, and here I'm going to implement my user details service right here and implement the method to load by username. So right here, I'm going to bring in my dependency right here, which is repository, user repository right here. So right here, I'm just going to first of all get the user, which is from the user entity right here. And I'm going to get the user from our database, which is user repository.find by username. I'm going to pass in the username. If there's an error, if the user is not found, let's just throw a not found exception. I'm just going to say user not found. If the user is found, we're going to load the user and create the user details from that user. So I'm just going to return auth user right here dot builder dot build. I'm going to pass in the user we've gotten from the DB into the auth user, which is going to convert it to the user details right there. So this is going to return the user details. The user detail service is basically just used to create a user detail. So next we are going to create a class, a UT class, which is going to be used to generate and validate a token. I'm going to call that JWT Utils. So right here, I'm going to go back to my security package, right click on it to create a new Java class, call it JWT Util. And it's a class and it's also a service, so I'm taking it at service. And then if I need logins, I can probably just use F4G right here. And right here, we're basically just going to keep working on it to create methods that will generate token for us. So before I move forward, I want to have my secret JWT string, which is basically a list, a character or words that I'm going to be using to generate and to validate a token. So go to my application property right here, and I'm just going to say JWT secret JWT string equal to, I'm just going to have like a 35 minimal characters. It can be anything. I'm just going to say this. To make sure it is like the minimum of 35 characters long, so we'll be able, so that we'll be able to decode a byte data from it. So we're going to see how it works. So go back to my JWT util. I'm going to first of all have the expiration time for my token, which I'm going to call expiration time, and that's going to be, I'm just going to make this in 30 days. That's going to be 30 times, this is going to be milliseconds, so just want to clear the air. 30 times 24 times 60 times 60 times 1000. This is going to be in milliseconds. Let's say 30 days in milliseconds. So you can modify to whatever expiration time you want. So that also has our secret key, which is going to be from javax.crypto, and let's just call that key. And then I'm going to have my JWT string, and I'm going to just get it from my application property by using the value annotation. The value should be from spring framework.bin.factory.annotation, and then I'm going to pass in the variable to get that, which is going to be dollar curly braces, and that's going to be a secret JWT string. So that's it. I'm going to have my init method, which is going to run whenever my class here is initialized. So let's just call it init, and I'm going to annotate this with at post construct. That's going to make sure this function is run automatically. So I'm going to have a byte array to extract some byte data from my token, and I'm going to, from my secret string right here, I'm just going to convert it to a byte. So I'm just going to call it key bytes. Is going to be secret string dot get bytes. I'm going to use the algorithm of standard UTF-8 to extract the byte data from this secret string right here. Then after that, I'm just going to say set it to the key. This dot key equals to new secret key. Where is it? That means new secret key spec, and that's going to be our key byte, and then the hashing algorithm is going to be h mark SHA, it should be capital SHA, then 256. So this is basically the hashing algorithm right there. So after that, I'm going to have a method to generate a token. Let me move this down so we can see correctly what I'm doing. So what is this? Okay, that's good. So have a method to generate a token. Just call it public. It's going to return a token. Let's call it generate token, and this is going to take in our username. And right here, I'm going to say return JWT, where is it? Return JWT X, which is from the JC Web Token dot builder. And I'm going to set the subject, which is going to be our username. We're going to be generating a token against the username. Then I'm going to say issue at, which is going to be new date. I'm going to pass in the system dot current time util, and then the expiration time, I'm going to calculate that as new date system dot current time util system dot current time util plus our expiration time, which is going to add this everything together to make the expiration time in future. So after that, I'm going to say sign with. What are we using to sign, which is our key, and then I'm just going to add compact it to make sure we are done here. This is going to be used to generate a token for us. Let me also have a method to extract a token, to extract a username from a token. I'm just going to come right here and have a public string. Let's just call it get username from token, or it can be generate username from token, and it's going to take in the token. This is basically going to be used to validate a user. When you're passing in your token from your front end back to us, want to be able to extract the username from it to validate, to make sure that that token is genuine. So I'm just going to return a method called extract claims, which I'm going to write down, and I'm going to pass in my token, and then I'm going to pass it a claims, which is a function. I'm going to get the subject right there. So let's write this extract claims class right here. Function, sorry, that's going to be private, and it's going to be of type T, and let's call it, that's actually extract claims. And then it's going to take in a token. It's taking in a token and then a function, which we can see right here. So let me pass a function right there, which is function of claims, and then of type T, and then let's just call that claims function, and we're just going to write the implementation right here to extract the claims. I'm just going to return claims function dot apply. I'm going to say JWT S dot parser dot verify with. We're verifying with our key, and I'm going to build it, and then I'm going to pass sign claims. I'm going to pass in the token. I'm going to get the payload, which is dot get payload. So that's going to be it. This is going to help to extract our claims, and the code is already there. You can just copy it and then reuse it. Then let's also have a method to check if our token is valid, and then also to check if our token is expired. I'm just quickly going to write that down, and it's very, very simple. So these are the two methods to check if token is valid. We are basically collecting the token and the user details. We are going to get the username first. We're going to extract the username from the token. And then we're going to check if the username is the same as username in the user detail. We're also going to check if the token is not expired, which is basically this method right here. So this is our JWT service. We are not done yet. We have two more classes to go. So I'm going to write my Auth Filter, which is basically the entry point for our application. So if I come right here and go back to my design right here, let me just get rid of this. Don't really need them. If I come to my design right here, we can see this is basically the architecture. Whenever a request is coming, it's going to be intercepted by the authentication. So we're going to write a class which is going to be used to intercept every request that is coming in before the request is passed to our controller. And that's going to be called the auth filter. So let's do that within the security again. I'm going to create a new class as usual, call it auth filter. And yeah, that's it. And I'm going to make this a component or at service. You can either use at component or at service. And then I'm just going to have some logins right here. And then I'm going to have the require add constructor, and I'm going to extend the once, where is it? Once per request filter. And I'm just going to implement the method which is do filter internal. And right here, I'm going to bring in my dependency. Let me just move this so we can see. Before then, let me just move this to the next line so it can look, it will look a bit, visible. So let me bring in my dependency, which is basically our JWT Utils, which we just created, and then our custom user detail service, which we created a video ago. So here we are going to first of all, as I said, whenever a request is coming into our backend, this is the first class that is going to receive the request. As you can see the request right here, which is going to be what is going to receive the request. We have the response right here, which is going to forward the request to another class, and then we have the filter chain. So now let's have a method to extract the token from our request if the token is being passed. So I'm just going to call that get token from requests, and it's going to collect the request. So I'm just going to have that method quickly down, and it's very short. I will not really want to start writing it. It's just I'm just going to explain what it is. So this is the method right here is going to be used to extract the token from a request. So let me just show how that is done. If we are about to pass in, we already saw how we passed in a bearer token down, which is basically, I don't think I've seen that. Okay, this is another project. Okay, let me open, where's our project here? Okay, we've not had the project. Okay, let's just show how we receive a bearer token. So if you can see, when you go to your authorization, you just click on right here, you pass in your bearer token, and the token is going to be the token right here. And if you go to your header right here and you show the on hidden part, you can see the key right here is authorization, and the value right here is something like it has a bearer and then your token right there. So that's basically how this is being passed down. So let's just do that, and that's what we are doing right here. The authorization is the key, and we're using it to get the token with bearer, and then we're going to slice the bearer away to get the actual token, which we are returning right here, and that's going to be the token right here. So having done that, we're going to move forward and say if token is not null, because token can be actually null, a situation can happen whereby the token is not present in the header. So yeah, so if token is not null, then if that means this token is present, then let's get the email from the token. I'm saying email, let's get the username from the token, and that's going to be our JWT Util.get username from token. I'm going to pass in the token right there. So after that, I'm going to bundle my user details right here. And this is going to be our custom user detail service dot load by username, which is going to be the username right there. After that, I'm just going to have some extra method to set the user details, which is this, in the security context. So I'm just going to quickly do that by having some little validation right here. First, I'm just going to say if, I'm just going to say if, let's just first of all validate the token, and if JWT util dot is token valid, and I'm just going to pass in the token and then the user details. So if these are valid, then I'm just going to have my user, where is it? Username, password authentication token, call that authentication token equals to new username password authentication token. I'm going to pass in the user details. I'm going to pass in the credentials to be null. And then I'm just going to say user details dot pass in the roles, which is the authorities for that user. And after that, I'm going to say authentication token dot set details, and that's going to be new web authentication detail source. I'm just going to say dot build details, which is from the request. And after that, I'm just going to say security. Where is it? Security context holder dot get context. I'm just going to say dot set authentication. I'm going to pass in the authentication token. So what this is doing is that this is going to collect our this is going to collect the user object, the authenticated user, and it's going to set it in the global context so we can actually manage so Spring and our application can manage the user and get the roles, get the authority of the user to know which route the users can access or not. So this is basically what we are doing. We are setting this to a global context right there. So that's it. So after everything has been said and done, we're going to move the request to another class, which I'm just going to do right here. And I'm just going to say filter chain dot do filter. I'm just going to push the request and the response again back to the next class, which we're going to create shortly. If there's any error, let's just log the error, and that's going to be e dot the get message. So this is our auth filter class, which is going to be used to filter every request that is coming to our backend. We are going to have our last security class, and I'm just going to come back to my security right here and create a new class, call it the security filter config. We can see right here in the auth filter, after it has intercepted the request and performed the necessary validation, it's going to move the request down to the filter chain, and we're going to handle it from there. So let's create a class to handle that. That's going to be new Java class right here, and that's going to be called security filter, let's say config. Yeah, that looks good. So right here, I'm going to annotate this with at configuration, at enable method security, at enable web security, and at require add constructor. So you might be wondering, why are we using enable method security and enable web security? This is going to make sure that we're able to use method level security, which we're going to see, whereby you annotate the controller with like pre-authorized, let's say user, pre-authorized admin, something like that, that to differentiate an admin from a user authorized endpoint. So by having the method security, you can do that. Same also with the web security. So here I'm going to auto wire my auth filter, which we just wrote right there. And after that, I'm going to have a bin of security filter chain, security filter, where is it? Security security filter chain. I'm trying to get it. Yeah, we're going to have our security filter chain right here. And then call it security filter chain, and it's going to take in the HTTP, HTTP security, which is HTTP security, and I'm going to just say HTTP security, move it up so we can see clearly. So let me move this up so we can see clearly what I'm doing. It's HTTP security.csrf, and I'm going to say abstract. Where is it? Abstract. Where is it? Where is it? Abstract 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 HTTP configurer. I'm going to disable it, and I'm just going to have my course right here and say customizer with default. I'm going to say dot authorize HTTP requests, further requests, and here I'm just going to say request matches. So if it matches any of these routes, let's know what we want to do with it. So if it matches API, you know what? Let me move this to the next line. If it matches slash API slash auth slash anything that comes after, let's permit it dot permit all let's any other requests that is not part of this route, we need to authenticate it. I'm just going to say dot authenticated right there. So after that, I'm going to just say dot section management. I'm going to call this management. I don't know. Let's just call it mag to keep it simple. I'm just going to say mag management, mag, which is this dot section creation policy. I'm just going to say session creation policy dot stateless. You know what? Let me just make this a bit big right here. Dot stateless, and that's going to be it. I'm just going to say add filter before, which is going to be our auth filter dot no our auth filter command. Then I'm just going to say username password authentication filter dot class. That's going to be it. I'm just going to return my HTTP security dot build right there. So that's all. So this is going to be our security filter chain. What we are doing is basically we are first of all using our we are first of all disabling our HTTP configurer, and then we are having calls. We are using our default calls which we are going to create, and then we are saying that if a user is coming through this route slash API slash auth, don't authenticate that user. Allow the user to access this route. If a user is coming through any other route, let's say he's trying to access the task endpoint, then you have to authenticate that user to make sure that that user have the access to access such routes. In section management, are basically saying that look, we're using JWT to manage this application. So this is actually stateless. You don't really need to, manage the state of that user. And then we are saying that add filter before means that before this method is executed, you have to run the auth filter right here, which is saying do add filter before, run the auth filter right there, and then just check the username password authentication filter as well. Then when you are done with this, then you can come and execute all of this. So this is basically what it is, and then we are building this. Am I building correctly? Add exception to method signature. Okay, yeah. So that's it. So I'm just going to quickly have a bin of password encoder, which is going to be a bin, and this is going to be a public password encoder, call it password encoder, and this is going to return a bcrypt password encoder, and let me just make that a new. That should be return new bcrypt password encoder. At the same time, I'm just going to have a bin of authentication manager. I don't really think this is necessary, but let's just do that. Have a bin of your authentication manager, and yeah, and that's all. So our security is done. One last thing, we need to have our course configuration. So let me quickly do that right here. If I click again on the security, then call it course config, and it's a class, and at configuration, and right here I'm going to implement my web MVC configurer and click on option to implement method. Okay, that's not showing up. I don't really know why. Okay, so let me override stuff right here at override, and it's not showing. It's okay. So let's go to the other approach right here. Since this is not working, let me move to approach number 2, which is basically to create a bin right here, and then that's going to be a public where is it, web MVC configurer. Let's call it the same thing. And right here, I'm going to say return new web MVC configurer. I'm going to override the add cost mapping. Where is it? Where is it? Add cost mapping right here. And right here, I'm just going to say registry dot add mapping. I'm just going to to allow from everywhere, which is basically slash star star. And then I'm going to say dot allow methods. Where is it? I'm coming, let me see what I'm doing. Void add cost mapping registry, then registry dot add mapping, we are map dot add mapping, okay. Then I say dot, yeah, dot allow, where is it? Dot allow methods. What are the methods we want? We want to allow the get request on our, then we want to allow the post request, then we want to allow the put, we want to allow the delete. Then the allow origins, we want to allow from all origins, basically like what URL you want to allow. If you want to allow from everywhere to be able to access this endpoint, it's more like a not appropriate, but let's just leave it that way for now. So our security is okay. Let me build and check if I have like a syntax error right there. And we have no syntax error, which means our security implementation is syntax free. Now let's move forward to write our services. I'm going to tell you this a bit, and let me just put this up right there. I'm going to open it up right back, and in my service, I'm just going to start with the user service. So I click on that, create a new interface, and call it user service, and it's an interface, and I'm going to have methods to log in, sign up, and get current user. So this is going to be a response of type any, and we're going to call this sign up, and it's going to take in a user request. That's going to be user request. Then I'm also going to have a method to log in a user, and then to get current login user. So to log in a user, this is going to be called login, and it's going to take in a user request as well. Then to get the current login user, I'm going to just call this return a user. I'm not going to be creating a controller from this. It's just to get the current login user for the on the system in case we want to add a task, we'll be able to assign the user to the task. Or if you want to create a task, we'll be able to know the current login user and then assign it to that task. So that's it. And I'm going to have an interface in my service right here. I'm going to create a package called implementation. I'm going to have the user service implementation right there. Call it user service implementation, and that's going to have my annotations. It's going to be add service, add require add constructor, and then I'm using my SLF 4G for login. So at service annotation, basically telling us that hey, this is the service class. As you can see right here, we have a controller layer, a service layer, a repository layer. So this is telling us that at service tells us that this is the service layer right here. And we're going to be expecting a logical based operation right here. So I'm going to implement my interface service. That should be called user service, not service. To user service right there. And I click on it to implement all the methods right there. So before we start moving, let me have my dependency, which is the user repository, and then let me also wire my password encoder, and then let me also bring in my JWT util right here, which I'm going to be using to generate token for the login user. That's going to be JWT Utils. Also, when you use require add constructor, it's going to automatically auto-wire this dependency right here. If we don't want to use this, there are other ways to do this by removing the final and just say at auto-wire. That's going to auto-wire this. I can also do that right here. Remove the final and say at auto-wire. Right here, remove the final and say at auto-wire. So this is basically the same thing as leaving the final and using require add constructor right here. So either of them is okay by you, it's not fine. So for now, let me just use the wire right here. And for our task service, I'm going to use the require add constructor right here. For those who are not familiar with this, so they will get to be familiar with the wire. So that's fine. And I'm going to just move forward to have my sign up right here. Before then, let me quickly add a login and say login.info and just say inside sign up. This basically going to let us know that this function has been triggered. It's going to log this for us. So yes, after that, I'm going to get to sign up a user. I'm going to first of all check if the user is present. If the user name is taken, then I don't want to create a user for that. I want to return an exception. So I'm just going to say optional of user, which is from our entity right here, and I'm just going to say existing user, something like that, and user repository dot find by username, which is going to be our user request of just username, and then I'm just going to say if, let's say, existing user is there. If existing user dot is present, which means if it's there, that means that username has already been taken. I'm just going to throw a bad request exception and say username already taken, something like that. So if the username is free, then I'm just going to create an object of the user. I'm going to just save that user. Say user right here equals to new user, and I'm just going to say user dot set created add other stuff. So if I go to my user, we can see I'm not using the builder pattern, so I'm not able to use the builder. If I want to use the builder pattern, I'm just going to annotate this with a builder right here, a builder, and then I can then use this. I can then say user equals to user.builder.build. So this is basically what the builder pattern does. If you annotate it with a builder, you will be able to use the builder pattern where you can just say 1 second. So I'm having a call right now. Okay, yeah. Where you can just say dot, let's say created add, dot updated add, those kind of stuff, which we already saw that, and stuff like that. So you can use that. So let's just fall back to the old way. I just want to point that out for those who might not understand the builder pattern. So let's just remove the builder pattern right there. We're already using that in our response right here. You can see right here. So now let's just do the traditional way of creating an object by just saying user equal to new user, and I'm just going to say user dot, for let's say created at, it's going to be local datetime dot now. Let's say user dot set updated at, the same thing, local datetime dot now, and then let's say user dot set roles. Let me just give it a default role right here of user, and we just want to keep it simple. So yeah, so let's say user dot set username. That's going to be a user request username, and I'm just going to say user dot set password. I'm going to encode the password of the user, which is password encoder dot encode. I'm going to pass in the user dot, not user, that's the user request dot get password right there. So yep, so I'm encoding the password, and after that I'm just going to save the user by saying user repository dot save, and then just passing the user to save. And after that, I'm going to build my response by using the builder right there, dot builder dot build, and then I'm just going to say dot status code, which is going to be http status dot ok dot value. Remove this up so we can see clearly. Is there a way to maximize to make this? I don't know. I'll check it out. How to like zoom out or something like that. Then I'm going to have a message to say user registered successfully, and then I'm just going to build it, and that's going to be it. So let's also have to log in the user, and to log in I'm just going to first of all come to the login right here, and then I'm going to say, let me move this down. I'm going to say, just first of all get the user right there to make sure that the user exists by username, which is this. Let me just put this right there. You know what? Let's just equal to user repository dot find by username, which is user request dot get username. If it's not there, let's throw an error, which is going to be a non-found exception, new non-found exception, and say user not found, like that. If a user is found, then let's just check if the password matches. So we're going to say if user, you know what, let me just say if user is there, if the username is there, and you know what, let me just forget about that. Let's just compare the password, because if the user is there, then we move forward to this state. I'm just going to say if not password encoder dot matches user request dot get password. If it does not matches the user dot get password, then that means something is wrong. I'm just going to throw new bad request exception. I'm just going to say invalid password, like that. So that's it. And after that, I'm just going to, if successfully the user password and username is there and it matches, I'm just going to generate a token for the user, which is going to be our JWT Utils where is it? JWT Utils I'm expecting a generate token. Let me just come right here to check what is going on with my JWT. So to generate token should be a public, so I made it a private, so just make it a public so it can be accessible. So come back again and say JWT.generate token. I'm just going to pass in the username, which is the user dot get username. User dot get username. And this is going to generate a token for that user. I'm going to return a response back, response.builder.build, and I'm going to pass in the status code and the other information. It's going to be http status dot ok dot value, and then the message is going to be, let's say, login successful. And then I'm going to pass in the token as a data, which is just the token right there. So that's going to be it, and that's it. So for the current login user, I'm just going to have my string right here, say username equal to security contests, the security context holder dot get contests dot get authentication dot get name, which is going to be the username. So I'm just going to then return the user objects by getting it from the database and returning all the user objects. So it's going to be repo.find by name, which is the username, and then or else true. If it's not there, let's throw a not found exception right there. So that's it. And we can see if you are a bit confused on what the security context holder does. If you remember when we had our security implementation in the Auth Filter, we can see that when a user was authenticated, we pass the value to the security, where is it? We pass the value to the security context holder and we're able to set the authentication right here. So that is how we are getting the authentication right here because we already set it right here. So this is basically how the flow is, and this is the user service. So should we just write the task service? I think no. So let's write the user controller, then test it, and then move to the task. So let's have our user controller right here. Within my controller, right click on it, create a new Java class, call it user controller. And that's going to be it. And as a class, I'm going to annotate it with address controller. This annotation basically means that this is a controller right here, and it's a controller layer right there. And after that, I'm going to have my request mapping, and this basically just going to tell you that if you go to this route, you should hit this controller. So slash auth, and if you go to your URL slash API slash auth, is going to hit this controller. And yep, and I'm going to bring in my dependency right here, which is my user service. I'm going to auto-wire this by using the add auto-wired right here. And I'm going to have my endpoint right here, which is a not post construct, which is post mapping. And if the user makes a post request to goes to this route, I'm going to have my method to register the user, which is going to return a response entity of response of type any, and that's going to be called sign up. I'm just going to validate it at valid, and I'm going to pass my body, which is request body, and that's going to be my user request right here. And I'm just going to say return response entity.ok. That's going to be the user service. Is it dot sign up? Sign up and passing the body right there. So the same way to log in, I'm just going to also do that. Same method right there. And this is going to be called slash login, and this is going to be the same thing. This is just going to be called login, and this is going to be called login right there. So that's it. You can see for now we'll be able to access this endpoint because in our security settings we are saying that don't authenticate this endpoint right there. So let's test this out. I'm just going to run it right here, and let's see if it's running. We're going to try to sign up and try to sign in. So that has started successfully. I'm going to go to my Postman right here. I'm going to create a new collection right there. And I'm going to call this, let me see, task react. Oh, let's just call it tasks. Let's call it task. Don't really need to type in anything. Let's just call it task, and I'm going to add my mapping, my methods right there to sign up. Sign up, and that's going to be a host request, and that's going to be localhost my slash user slash is this slash users or what am I doing? Slash auth slash sign up, and my port is running on port 3030 right here. So let me be sure of that. So my body to sign up is going to be on raw, and select JSON right here and pass in your information, which is basically going to be, I think, sign up is going to be your username and password. So let me copy that right there, and you see, and let's just rename this username as small letter. I don't know really comfortable with this. Let's just name it username small letter. Let me refresh it. Don't like that upper capitalization. So let me rerun it. I'm going to have some error right here. It's going to be username, is going to be username, is going to be get username. I think that should be done. Let me run again. Okay, I think that is done. So let's go back right here, passing our username right here. For me, let me just call it Dennis Stones. Is that right? Username? Yeah. Then password, let's just leave it as Dennis right there. And then put a comma after this. So let me just save this and send to, that's a post request. So make this a post and send again. No static wrap for this. Okay, let me check. That should be slash register, not sign up. That should be slash register. So come right here, slash register, then send again. User was successfully registered. If I go to my database right here, select all from, what's the database name? Task.users. And if I run it right here, you can see this is my user right here. Password, username, role, updated that, and like that. So they also have this to log in a user. Let me duplicate this and call this login, and this is going to be called slash login, and the body remains the same thing. You just need your username and password. Click on send. We can see login was successful and our data token was returned to us. This means that my security configuration is working fine. So with this token, I can use this to perform some operations in my application. So let's write our task service. I'm just going to stop this right here by clicking on this red big icon right there. I'm going to just clear my screen right here, and I'm just going to bring this out. I'm going to just do this again. Go to my service right here. In my service, I'm going to create an interface called task service right here. An interface, and I'm going to have some method I'm going to be using to manage and create a task. So they're going to be like much. So let me just quickly start writing them right now. First is going to return a response of task, and it's going to be used to create, what is it, CREATE, to create a task. And that's going to take a task request, and that's going to be it. So let me just import the task right here from our entity. Let's not forget. Yep. So another one is going to get a task, which I'm just going to copy paste this. Is going to return a list of tasks. List of tasks, yes, and that's going to be called get all my tasks. This is basically going to get the task or the task for the user who created the task. So let's have to get a task by ID, and this is going to return a task, and this is going to be called get task by ID, and it's going to take in the ID of that task. That's basically to get the task details. I'm also going to have to update a task. Let me just do that right here. It's going to return a task, and it's going to be called update the task. And then let also have to delete the task right here. That's going to be called delete task, and it's going to return a void, a response of void. And then I can also have to get a task to get up pending task by confirmation. But if we see our design again, we can see we had, let me just check the design. We can see we're able to filter a task by status and priority. So let also have that endpoint. It's going to be called get all my task, get my task by completed status, where I'm going to pass in the completed, which is going to be either a true or false. So completed, and then I'm also going to have to get a task by priority. So which is going to be that get my task by priority and passing the priority. The priority can be, let me check what the priority is again. Priority can be low, medium, and high, and we can actually search that by priority right here. So that is it, and I'm going to have the task implementation right there. Going to come back to the implementation folder and package and write our task implementation right there. And this is going to have our service and require annotation right there. And yep, so this is going to implement our task service. I'm going to implement all the methods. And right here, I'm going to use my require R constructor to auto-wire by simply doing private final and having a task repository, and then by having the user repository as well, the user service as well, user service. So that's it. And to create a task is very going to be straightforward. I'm first of all just have my login, log.info, and say inside create task. And right here, I'm just going to have a user. First of all, I'm going to get the current login user by just calling using the user service.get current login user. So this is going to get the current user which is logged in on that instance. So after that, I'm going to build my task entity to save. Let's just call it task to save. This is going to be our task dot builder. Did I annotate this with a builder? Let me see. Task dot, oh, I don't have a builder. Let me go to my task right here and annotate this with a builder right here so I can use the builder pattern. So that's going to be task.builder.build. And as again I said, the code is there, so you can just get the latest code and then use. So task.builder.build, I'm going to add a title of it, which is going to be task request dot get title. Then the description is going to be task request dot get description. And then I'm going to get the priority and every other information which I need for that task, which I'm going to just do right here quickly, which is the description, which is going to be what's going on here. I think I did this wrongly. Okay, task, the description is there, the completed is there, the status, the priority is there, the due date is there, the created add, the updated add, and then I need to set the user right there who owns the task, which is going to be the current user right here. So after that, I'm going to save this task right here and say, call it save task, and that's going to be our task repository dot save, and that's going to be the task to save. So after that, I'm going to return my response. It's going to be return response.builder.build. I'm going to set my status code. It's going to be http status dot okay dot value. I'm going to set my message. That's going to be task created successfully. I'm going to set the data, which is going to be of the saved task, something like that. And that's it. And don't need that, I have to put that here. And that's going to, return our task. So to get on my task, I'm just going to come right here and just say log.info Just going to say inside get all my task. I'm going to just first of all get the current. Do I need to get, yeah, let's get the current login user. So just say current user equals to user service dot get current login user. Then I'm just going to have a list of tasks right there, and I'm just going to say call it tasks. I'm just going to say the task repository dot find by user right here. I'm going to pass in the current user. I'm going to sort it by getting the latest task first by using sort dot by and then direction dot descending, and then that's by the ID. This is going to help get the latest task first and return it. So I'm just going to return my response right here, and that's going to be all. This is going to be the status code http status dot ok dot value, and then the message is going to be task retrieved successfully, and then the data is going to be our tasks, which is this right there. So this is going to be used to get all my tasks, and then let's also have to get the task by ID, and it's very straightforward. Just going to come right here and just say inside this and then task by ID right here. And then I'm just going to say task, which is task equal to task repository dot get by ID find dot find by ID, and then just pass in the ID right there. And then if it's not there, let's just throw an error or else true, which is going to be new not found exception, and say task not found, something like that. If we're able to get a task, let's return the response. We just copy this right here. So let's return the response. That's going to be of task, not list of task. Task, and this is going to be task right here. As a task retrieved successfully. I need to spell this correctly and just capitalize this. This is not going to be task, which is 1. And that's going to be it. So let's also have to update the task. And right there, I'm just going to also do what I have to do, which is log.info and say inside update task. And then I'm just going to first of all get task by ID by using this right here. And then after that, this is going to be task request.getID. And after that, I'm going to just have some method to check if the title is there, I'll update it. If the description is there, I'll update it. Just a very straightforward logic. I'm going to say if task, where is it? If task request dot get title is not equals to null, that means where user want to update that task. Then I'm just going to say task dot set title, which is going to be the task request dot get title. So I'm just going to do that for other fields. This is going to be dot get description, and that's going to be description and set description. The next one is going to be get completed at get completed, and that's going to be set completed. Is it? The other one is going to get priority. Get priority. If it's there, then let's set the priority right. Then the other one is for due date. If we're about to change the due date, then also do the same thing. And is it this? going to be set due date. So that's going to be it, and then I'm just going to set the updated now, which is going to be the task dot set updated to be local datetime dot now. So that's all. I'm going to save the task by saying, let me just say update the task, which is going to be task updated task equals to task repository dot save. I'm just going to receive the task right there and then return my response, which is this, and say task updated successfully, and I'm passing the updated task right. So that's going to be it. Then to delete the task is basically just the same thing. Let me say log.info inside delete task. Here I'm just first of all check if the task exists. So if not task repository dot exist by ID, which is ID, if it does not exist, then throw new not found exception and say task does not exist. Something like that. So if a task is found, then let's say task repository dot delete by ID, and then let's pass the ID to delete the task, and then I'm just going to return my response. It's going to be status code of HTTP. You can just say OK again, and then the message is say task deleted successfully, and that's going to be all. Then to get my task by completed status, I'm going to do that quickly. Very simple. Inside this, I'm going to just say get my current login user service dot get current login user. Then I'm just going to have a list of tasks. It's going to be called tasks. That's going to be user repository, task repository dot find by completed and user, passing the completed status and passing the current user. This is going to get all the tasks of the user that whose completed status is either true or false based on the value passing. Okay, let me return my. Okay, I'm having a call again. I'm selling that. And let me return my response right here, which is going to be like this. Task. Yeah, should it be task do successfully, or let me just say task filtered by completed status for a user. Let's just do that, and just do that quickly right here. Task filtered by completed status for a user, and that's going to be the task. Okay, so that's it. So let me get also the same way I'm going to get task by priority. Is basically still the same as this. I'm just going to have this first and say inside get task by priority, and then I'm going to get the current login user right here, and then I'm going to have my priority right here and say let's say priority is an enum right here, which is let's call it priority enum. This is going to be if I want to convert the priority, which is a string, to enum right here. Now I'm going to convert this priority right here, which is a string, to the enum. I'm going to say priority dot value of is going to be priority dot to uppercase, and that's going to convert it to the string type. And then I'm just going to have my list of tasks. This is going to be called tasks, and that's going to be task repository dot defined by priority and user, which I'm going to pass in the priority enum and then the current user. And then I'm going to add a sort to it, sort dot, what am I doing right here? Let me check the method, what is expecting a sort. Okay, let's do that. And current user, I'm just going to sort dot by and direction dot descending. Let me move this to the next line so we can see. And then by the ID. So once we get the latest, we want to get the task where the ID is more, that means the latest entry first. So that's it. I'm going to return my response again right here. Copy this. What's going on here? That should be in here. And that should be called tax filtered by priority, tax filtered by priority for user. So let me just say by priority for user. Priority for user. So that's going to be it. Let me move this one step so we can see what we are doing. So our tax, let me just view this to make sure this is being correctly. And yeah. So one other thing we can also improve on this code is we can actually annotate this with at transactional from the Auth framework or transactional annotation. We can annotate this with a transactional. It basically means that this entire entity is going to be treated as a as is going to be treated as a box. I don't know if that's the right word. It means that if you are performing a database operation and there is a break in transmission, it's going to roll back whatever you are doing. Let's say you are inserting into the database and you've inserted 3 values into the column and the other 2 values could not be inserted due to a, let's say, break somewhere. It's going to roll back every other thing that was there. So that is more like an atomicity where each database execution is occur as an atom. If there's a failure in one, it's going to reverse whatever was done before. So you can actually annotate the entire class with a transaction, or you can annotate each method that has to do with two database operation with a transactional. So yeah, so that's what transactional is, and our task service is okay. So let's have our task controller. I'm just going to give some space right here, and within my controller right here, I'm going to right click on it and create a new controller called task controller. And that's a class and it's going to have the same annotation we have right here. Let me just bring that right here. And this is going to be slash API slash tasks. And then one thing I'm just going to be using require arg constructor right here. Require arg constructor right there. So here I'm going to bring in my task service right here. And I'm going to have some methods to create a task. So let me just copy what I have here as they are more similar. So put that here and this is going to be called, I don't think I need any mapping right there. And this is going to be to create a task. That's going to be task service to create task. And this is going to take in task requests, call it task request and pass in the task request right here. Move this down a bit so I can scroll up. So that's it, and this is going to return a task right here, and this is going to be used to create a task right here. So I also have to update a task. This is going to be put mapping, and this is going to be called update task, and that's going to be called update task. So let's have to get our task, and that's going to be get mapping right here. And this is going to this do not take any of these things right here. You don't need it. I'm going to call this get all my tasks. This is going to get all the tasks for that particular user, and this is going to return a list of tasks right there. So this is going to be used to get all the tasks for the particular user who is being logged in. So let also you help to get a task by ID. So let me just copy this right here. This is going to be get mapping. I'm going to pass in the ID as a variable right here as a path params. And this is going to be called get by ID. And I'm going to pass in the ID right here. And this is going to return a task right here. And right here, I'm going to name a path variable by saying at path variable and long ID. So this is going to get the tags by ID. This is going to be taken from the URL. Let's say I have something like let's say localhost slash task slash let's say 6 is going to pick this 6 and pass it down right here and collect it and get that task. So let also have to delete a task and is copy this right here. It's going to be a delete mapping and fix the ID and it's going to be called delete task and this is basically a void. And what is it going on here? This should be a void something for it. So this to delete task, that's it to delete a task. And then let's get task by completed status. So all the tasks by a completed status for a user. Let's do that. I'm just going to call this slash status. This is going to be called get task by completed status. And I'm going to be using the request param. So come right here at request params. And that's going to be a boolean of completed. So if the completed value is true or false, it's going to use that to search for the task for a user based on the completion data. Then lastly, let's also have to set a task by priority. So we're just going to copy this to get all the tasks by a user or the tasks by priority for a user. So we're going to call this priority and that's it. And this is going to be called get tags by priority. Get tags by priority, and this is going to request params. And priority is going to be a string. It's going to be called priority. I'm going to be passing the priority down right here. And that's it. And everything looks good. We're going to move forward to test this out. So I'm going to move forward to test this out. Go to my Postman right here. I'm going to right here in the task. Right, oh, don't worry, right click on add request. I'm just going to call that create task. And that's going to be a post request. And that's going to be slash API slash task slash, let me check what I have here, slash API slash tasks. And then nothing, then to create a task. So then I think that's task. Then for your body, you need to pass in your body. Let me pass in my body right here. Click on the raw, make sure it's on JSON right here, and then have your body right here with your title, description, your completed, your priority, and then the due date. So for now, let's just try to do this and see if it's going to work. I'm not passing in any authorization for now. Click on send. You know what? I think my app is not running. Let me run it first, and then let's try it out. My app is running right now. I'm going to go back again, click on send. We can see we are getting a 4.3 forbidding means that you're not able to access this endpoint because you're not authenticated. We already said that before you access this endpoint, we already saying the Spring Security that you need to be authenticated before you access it. So let's do that. Come back to my login. We already have our login token right here. copy it right here, come to your create task, go to authorization right here, click on auth type, click on bearer token, pass in your token right here. And then that's going to be it. Click on save and then go back, click on send. We can see JSON cannot deserialize the value of local time from this. Fail to deserialize this. Could not be passed at index 10. Okay, we're having issue with passing our due date. Let me go back again and see what I have right here. And that's going to be due date. Okay. Let me see again what I have here. Due date 2025 10/3. I think let's say 2025. Let's say I think that should be year, month, year. I think year, day, month. Let's just say 20, and let's say 06. Send. Let's say I have an issue. Value of local date time from this. Fail to deserialize this. Okay, could not be passed at index 10. Okay, we have an issue with passing our date. So we're going to figure out what is wrong with this. Okay, let me just check again. I think for my, let me go back to my detail right here. So for my task request, I think this should be a local date, not a local date time. So change that to your local date. Yeah, so that should be a local date in your task request right here. That should be a local date, not a local date time. Turn that to a local date, and then due date should be task request dot get due dates. And I think I have an error right here. Let me see what is there. And let's make that a local date and go back to my task entity again. The due date should also be a local date, not a local date time. So make that change to a local date. In your entity, the due date is a local date. In your task request CTO, the due date is a local date. So just click on rerun again, and let's see, we want to use a date rather than a time, a date time. So that mistake was from my end, so please correct and forgive me. Okay, so this is running correctly. Again, let's test this out again. Our due date should be, let's take it back to the way it was, which is a year, month, and day. Click on send. We can see task created successfully, and this is the task right here for me. And created ad, updated ad is there, the due date is there, priority high, completed is false, and these are all. So let me create some other tasks, and then we can get all our tasks and manage all our clients. So let me just do this one. I don't know what I'm doing right now, but let's just try this. So this is going to be title, description, completed, priority. Let me just make this priority low. And then due dates. Let me execute this, and that is done. Let me try to make a due date to be below the today's date. At my end, my current date is February 12. Yeah, today is February 12. So let me just try to make it. Now I'm saying February. Today is May 12. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, today is May 12 at my end. Let me just try to make it May 11 right here and see if it's going to work. Click on send. We can see we're getting validation error, means that the task, must either be in the future. The due date must either be today or in the future. So let's just take this to the future. To be like, let's say 20 of May, and send. We can see task was successfully added. So let's add some other tasks, and then we are going to run it off. So come right here, create some task, and this is going to be on June, and priority is low, and that has been added. And let me add some kind of task again, and this is going to be the last one. I think I should be done after this. And to water my plants, and that's going to be in June 12th. Yeah, let's just make it June 15th. And the priority should be low, it's not urgent. So send, and that has been added there successfully. So let's look at endpoints to manage other tasks like to, let me see, let me just bring this down for a bit. To update a task, to get hot task, and to get a task by ID. Let's first of all have to get hot task. I'm going to come right here and say get all my tasks. You know what? Before I do that, let me add another user so that the user can also have a task. So let me just call this Mary, and let's add a Mary right here. Mary should log in as Mary. Mary should log in as Mary, and yeah, so Mary should add a task. So let me use this Mary data to add a task right here. This task is going to belong to Mary, and then the body should be, let me just say, prepare presentation slides or something like that, because Mary kind of likes book, kind of like, research and stuff like that. So let's just say this is going to practice high, and this is going to expire tomorrow, which is 13th, and sent. You can see this has been created, and let's also have another task for Mary, but she kind of likes organized stuff. So let me see, she wants to organize her desk, and this is kind of like priority is like low. This is going to like expire. Due date is going to be like, let's say, 30th of this month. Send, and that's that. So let me get all the tasks for Dennis first of all, and we don't need a body right here. It's a get request. Send. You can see these are all the tasks for Dennis, and let me get all the tasks for Mary. And by using the login for Mary right here, using the token of Mary to get all the tasks for Mary, come right here, paste it, send. We can see we got all the tasks for Mary, which is basically to organize desk and then to prepare presentation slides. So we can see each user can log in and have his or her own, task and manage his or her own item, which is pretty cool, which is the reason why we want to do this. For people to come in to register, to log in, and to do their thing. So now let's have to update a task. I'm just going to duplicate this by clicking Command D or Control D. I'm just going to call it update task, and this is going to be a put request, and this is going to also take the ID. Let me check to update the task. I need the ID. So I think this is going to be for Mary. I'll pass the authorization right here for Mary, and I'm going to have the ID, which is going to be ID, and the ID is going to be, let me just check. It's going to be 6. So let me see. Update task ID is going to be 6. Let me see. Water plant updated. I'm just going to say updated to be sure that was updated right there. So is that not? I think the ID is, wait. Let me see. So water plant updated, is that should not be Mary, that should be me, that should be Dennis. So let me just log in as Dennis and pass in my token to send user not found. Oh, that's, what was my username again? I've forgotten. Let me just hit Dennis Stones. So yeah, username not found. Why? Sorry, that's Dennis Stones. Okay, that is Dennis Stones right here. Let me copy my authorization to update this, and that's it. So let me check the task for Mary Stones from Dennis and me for me. I have the water plant, which is ID 5. So let me update that. That's going to be ID 5. The water plant updated. Send that, and we can see task updated, water plant updated. If I get on my task again, you can see water plant updated right here, which means my update has worked. So let me, I can get task by ID, I can delete a task, I can get my task by completed status. I can do all of this. So let's just do that one after the other. Let's get the task by ID. And I'm going to just come right here and duplicate this and just say get, where is it? Get task by ID, and that's going to be /5, and that's going to be get request and send. You can see water plant is there. ID 5, I can delete a task. Let me come right here and say delete task. That's going to be delete requests, and that's going to be /star. If I take away my authorization, let's say no auth and send, we can see forbidden, right? So if I say no auth and try to delete this forbidden, I need to pass in the auth. You have to be right there. So let me try to delete this, and I don't need the body right here. I can take it off. Send. You can see request delete is not supported. Okay, let me check. Why? Okay, I need to pass in the ID, which is /5 right there. As we can see right here, to delete, you need to pass in the /ID right there. So pass in the ID right there, send. You can see task deleted successfully. If I try again to delete it, you can see task does not exist. So that means our delete works fine. What next do we need to test? Let's test to get my task by completed status. And I'm going to come right here and say get task by completed status. So this is going to be a get. I'm going to pass in a params, which is going to be, this is going to be /status first of all. And I'm going to pass in a params called edit. Called completed is going to be a true or false. So come right here. Go to your params right here, say completed, and the value is going to be a true or false. For authentication, let me pass in that for Dennis. It's going to be this. It's going to get the data for Dennis. So come right here, paste it there, and save it. Go to the params completed to be true. Let me check if I have any value that you can see status filtered by status, and for now there's no status, there's no completion status which is true. Let me just type in a false right there, FALSE, and send. So these are the tasks whose completion status is false. So let me just update the task and set the completion status to be true. Let me just get rid of this. Let me just get a task by, let me get all my tasks and see. Let me just get a task by ID 1, and let's say ID 1. I want to set the completion status to true. Send that. Okay, task. What's going on here? Update task. Okay, we're basically seeing, so I think the problem here is that when we are updating, I should not have validated the request. So let me remove this valid right here. Because I was using add valid, it was actually expecting me to fill in all these values right here. It was validating all of this. So to update a task, you don't need to add to validate anything. So that was the problem I was having. So let me rerun and try to update again. So that's the importance of running a test. So my app is running again. Come right here, click on send. We can see task was updated successfully and the completion status is true right now. So if I go to get my status by completed status, if I just turn that to be true again, send, we can see we have one item whose completion status is true. So this shows that this is working correctly. So our last endpoint to test is to get by priority, which I'm going to do quickly. And I'm going to come right here and duplicate, and then just call this get tasks by priority. I'm going to pass in the priority. I'm going to pass in the params as well. It's going to be /priority, and the params are going to be priority. Can be, let's say, low, search for low, and send. You can see all priority that are low has been retrieved right here. If I send it to medium, We can see all priority data medium has been retrieved. If I send to high, we can see all priority that is high has been retrieved. So this implementation is working correctly. So let's move to write our Angular front end. I'm going to come right here. I'm going to open up before I do that, I'm going to open the angular.dev. This is basically the documentation for Angular. So this is it. Right here, you can come over here. We're currently on the latest Angular, which is Angular 19. You can go to documentation, and you can probably look at installation and how to create an Angular project by using this Angular command right here. And before you do that, you need to have the Angular CLI installed. So what you're going to do is just copy this npm install -g, copy this right here, open your bash or your terminal, and then paste that there, so it is going to install the Angular CLI for you. So for me, I already have it installed, so I'm not going to be installing CLI. So for those who don't have it installed, just do that. And before you do that, make sure you have Node.js installed. If you don't, just search for Node, and you're just going to download Node and install your operating system. When you have Node installed, you have access to the npm command right here. So after you've done this, the next is to create a new project by typing this command ng-new, then your project name. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to create that on a particular folder. I'm just going to navigate to the folder where I want that project to be by going to cd figure dev, and I want to create my Angular project on this folder. So to create my project, I'm just going to type in the command ng, basically means Angular, new means we are creating a new project, and the project name is going to be tasks. I'm just going to call it Angular or something like that. Enter, and it's going to create my project. So I'm going to select the CSS for the styling. And do I need a server-side rendering? I'm just going to say no, I don't need it. And that's going to try to create an Angular project for me. Also, if you are probably getting an error, just type in the sudo before you paste in your Angular command. That's going to grant you authoritative access to that for those who are having permission issues on their operating system. Our project has been installed right here, and I'm going to open this in my Visual Studio Code. So come right here in your editor, click on Open Project, and I'm going to select where the project is. That's here, and that's Task Angular right here. I'm going to open that up. And we can see, let me just zoom this up a bit. We can see that's basically how it is. These are our configuration for the Angular. And for me to run my project, I'm just going to open my terminal right here by doing ng save, click on enter, and it's going to try to run my project and open it up in my browser. You just click on this to the location, and let's see. You can see our project has been opened right here. So I'm just going to move forward to start writing my configuration. So quickly, I'm going to register my HTTP client. Since I'm going to be making API call to our backend right here, we need to register that on our project. So go open your SROC folder right here. Go to open the app right here. Go to the app.config, and right here, I'm going to let my project know that I'll be making HTTP call. So to do that, I'm just going to come right here and import provide HTTP, which is basically going to be provide HTTP client, which is this, and I'm going to register that right here. So come right here, after the route right here, have a comma right there, and just have the provide HTTP client and invoke the method right there. So this is going to allow our application to make HTTP call. So after this, I'm going to create my services. which is basically my API and auth service, which are basically going to be used to make API call to our backend controller. So to do that, I'm just going to open my terminal right here, click on this plus to open a new terminal right here. Let me zoom that in. And I'm going to be using the CLI command to create a service. So to do that, again, we're just going to type in the command ng, which means Angular, space G, which means generate, S, which means service, and the service name. But for me, I want the service to be created in a folder right here. So I'm just going to call this folder service slash then the service name, which is basically called API. So I have this command and click on enter, and we can see created two file for us, and it created a service folder for us right here. And we have the api.service and then the test file, which is .spec.ts. In the same way, I also want to have a guard service, which is basically going to be used to protect our routes for unauthorized access. So we just do that again, typing the command ng generate service and call it service slash guard. Just going to create a guard service within my service folder right here. Click on enter. We can see two files were created for all. If I open this service right here, I can see my api.service.ts and my guard.service.ts. So I'm just going to move forward to just start writing our api.service.ts. I'm going to open the api.service right here. Let me just bring this closer a little bit and zoom this out. Then this, I'm just probably just close this a little bit so we can have some space to breathe. So this is our api.service, and we're going to be having our methods right here for making API call. First of all, I'm going to have my base URL, which is going to be a private API. Let's just call it URL, and that's going to be HTTP local. For now, we're seeing the local environment. Our port is 3030. If I can remember vividly, it is 3030 right here. And our project is running on port 3030. So that's going to be called 3030 and /API. And then this is our base URL. I'm going to have my constructor by auto-wiring my HTTP client. HTTP, which is basically called HTTP client right here. And that's going to be it. And I'm going to have my method to save a token, to get a token, to check if the user is authenticated, to log out, to get our header, to register the user, to manage the user, and to manage the task. So I'm going to first of all have to save a token, and by saying save, call it save token, and this is going to accept our token. Remember, whenever a user is logged in, a token is generated for that user. I want to collect that token and then save it. That is what we are going to be used to authenticate or authorize a user's request. So I'm going to come right here and say token, which is going to be a string, and this is going to return a void. And here I'm just going to save that to the local storage .set item. The key is going to be called token, and the value is going to be the token. I'm also going to have a method to get token. So let me just copy this to be fast. This is going to be called get token. This is going to take in anything, and it's going to return a string. It's going to return either a string if the token is there, or null if the token is not there. And this is going to return local storage.get item, and the key is going to be token right here. So with the key which we use to save the token, we're also using the same key to get the value of the token. So that's it. I'm going to also have a method to check if a user is authenticated and also to log out. So copy this right here, paste it there, and just call it is authenticated. And this is going to return a boolean, a true or false. This is going to be used to conditionally render some links. I'm just going to double negate this dot get item token. If this item is found right there, if a token is found, it's going to return a true. If a token idea is not found, it's going to return a false. I also have to log out, and this is going to be called logout, and this is not going to return a void. And when we're logging out, we don't need to return anything. We just say local storage dot remove item, and that's going to be the token right there. So move that down, and then I'm also going to have to get the header. Remember that whenever we are accessing a particular unauthenticated route, we need to pass in an authorization token right here, which we can see right here. So for us to do that, we need to build our header so we can pass in the token down. So I'm just going to say create a method for that, which I'm just going to call get header. So this is going to return a HTTP header. There's it. Headers. HTTP headers right here. And right here, I'm just going to first of all get my token, which is going to be this dot get token. And after that, I'm going to return new HTTP headers, and then I'm going to pass in my authorization key, and then the value, which is basically authorization right here, and the value is going to be, have your backtick right here, a bearer, then your token, which is basically how it is being passed right here. We can see if I go to my headers right here, and this is the authorization key. If I view the value, you can see it has a bearer first, then your token coming in afterwards. So bearer, add your space right there, and then passing your token from your token variable right here, which we put right here. So after this, I'm just going to have a content type, which is basically going to be the content type, which is always in application.json. So we're just going to pass in the key content type, and the value is application/json, which is application/json. So that is it for our headers, and we're going to move forward to write method to manage a user. Let me just call this register user, and this is going to be called register user, and it's going to take in a body of the user body, user object we want to register, and then it's going to return an observable of type any, and then I'm going to return this dot http dot post is a post request, and then I'm going to make a post request to the API, which I'm just going to get from my API variable right here, which is going to be this dot my API URL, and I'm going to pass in a path which is going to be slash the auth is actually /auth/register, and then I'm going to pass in my body right there, and this is going to be called to register a user right here. The same way, I'm going to also have to log in a user, and I'm just going to copy it right here and then paste to login, which is going to be called login user. Login user, it takes in a body, and here is going to be /auth/login. That's what we have in our endpoint right here. Let me come right here, bring this down. If you can see API/auth/login right here. So this is going to be used to log in a user. So I'm going to quickly also write the endpoint for the task, and then I'm going to, all the methods we have for the task, I'm going to write them down quickly. I'm going to explain what I did. So here are the methods to manage a task. We have to create a task. We can see this is basically what we already did here. It's a post request, and we are passing in the body right here. And in addition, we are passing in the header, because before you create a task, you need to be authenticated. You need to have that permission to be able to do that. You need to be logged in. And for us to know if you are logged in, we need to run the header method to collect your token and pass your token down, which is going to be validated at the back end. And if the validation is successful, you are going to be allowed to create a task. So this is to create a task, to update a task. We are passing in the header for all our requests. Right here to delete a task, to search for a task by completed status, to get a task by priority. But these are the things we'll be needing to consume to build. So this is our UI right here. So when we're filtering by status, when we're filtering by priority, these are the methods that we'll be calling right here by status and by priority. So it is our task. This is our API service. Let's quickly also write our guard service, and within my guard service right here, it's already up. I'm just going to do that quickly, which is very simple. And here I'm going to implement the can activate, which is this. And right here, I'm going to click on this to implement the method of can activate. Let me see if I can do that here. I cannot, so I'm just going to invoke the method right here, can activate, and that has been invoked right here. So before I even move forward, let me bring in my dependency right here, which is basically going to be API service, which we just created, and it's going to be of API service, and we can see that has been imported. I'm also going to have my routes, which is basically going to be used to navigate to a login page when authentication fails. That's going to be called the router, and that again too has that been imported? That should be imported somewhere. Let me see. Okay, let's just leave that. Then what again? You can see our router here has been imported right here from our Angular routes. Okay, yeah. Just wanted to be sure. Now for can activate, I'm going to move this down step by step so we can see what we have. Then we have the activated route, then we have route state snapshots. And this is going to return, let me return a boolean right here. Just make it simple. We return a boolean and let's keep working. So I'm just going to first of all have a conditional statement. If this.api service is authenticated, if the user is authenticated, then let's return true, allow the user to access the route. Else, if it's not authenticated, that means user is not authenticated. So let's direct the user to the login page. That's going to be called this.router.navigate. I'm going to navigate the user to the login page, which is just going to be /login. So that's basically it. Very simple. And I'm just going to return a false right here. Return false right here. So that's it. So if you want to add a special navigation condition right here, you can just add some kind of like query params. And this is going to basically means that after a user have successfully logged in from this redirect, it should be allowed back. It should immediately navigate back to this initial page where he was trying to access. So we can just say return, where is it? I just say, I'm looking for a word called return URL. You can just say return URL right here. It's going to be the state.url right here, which is basically this state right here. So that's it, and this is our guard service. Next, we are going to have all our components down, and we're going to start working on them one after the other. I'm going to bring in back my terminal, and I'm going to be using the command again to create my component. I'm going to start with the navbar by using the shortcut ng space g space c, then call your component name, which is basically navbar. This basically means Angular should generate a component for us with this name called navbar. Hit enter, and after a while we can see some files and the folder has been created for us, which you can see right here called the navbar component. Let's also do the same thing for a footer right there, and that's been created. And let me also do the same thing for our login page. Let me move this up again, do the same thing for our registration page for the register. And let's do the same thing for our tasks page, which is basically the most important thing. Tasks page, and then let's also have for our, let's have a task form, which is basically going to be used to add and edit a task. Let's call it task form. And we can see right here, all the components has been created for us: our footer, login, navbar, register, and then we have our task form and then our task. So now let's move to start writing our component. I'm going to start with the navbar. So before then, I already have a styling prepared for each of these components, as this is not primarily a styling course. So I'm going to have the styling right here. I'm going to just place them at the respective folder for each component. So this is my navbar style. I'm just going to copy it and have it right there. Copy that, go to my navbar right here, go to the nav component right here, have the styling there, then my footer as well. Let me check this, move it down, the footer right there, go to the footer dot component dot, where is it? Let me move this a bit away from here. Footer dot component dot css, have a footer right there. Where you have the .css, that contains your CSS file. The .html contains your template, HTML code. The .ts contains your TypeScript or JavaScript code. Then the .spec.ts is what contains your test code, which basically to test this component. So yeah, so this is not an absolute beginner course, so I'm not really going to be going into in-depth on the design for each of them. I'm just going to have the implementation right there, so you can see how it works. So what am I copying right now? This should be the task. Let me see. This should be the register and login styling. Okay. So copy that, go to the login CSS, paste it there, go to the register CSS part, paste it there. Then for the task styling, I'm going to copy this. This looks a bit long. This is really long. Okay, I think we're done right here. So copy the task styling right here, go to the tasks right here, go to the CSS part, have it right there, and then to add and edit a task, we just copy that. That should be our last, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Copy that, go to the task form right here, and then have it up right there. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to, okay, I think that's it, and yeah, so that's it. So let's just move, before I do other things, let me take this a little bit simpler so we get to see what follow up quickly. So let me just move to have my navigation up, and then we display it. For now, if I still go to my, let me check if my app is running. If I still go to my project right here, we can see where the old dummy code is being displayed. When we are done with our navbar, we are going to re-update it. So come right here in my navbar, and let me just move right here. Come to the component right here. Let's have our implementation first. And in Angular 19, everything is being treated as a module. A component is treated as a module. That means that the component can have its own imports. Whatever things you are going to be doing within this component right here, you can import everything right here, and that alone is going to affect this module. So in our navbar, which is basically this design right here, move it up. It's basically going to be our navbar right here. We're going to be having like some links where we're going to be moving, navigating. We're going to be having a conditional statement, which is going to display the login and register if the user is not authenticated. Whereby when the user is authenticated, it's going to display something like, let's say, my task and something like that. So for us to use those modules, we need to register them in the import right here. So for using conditional module, that's going to be called a common module. For us to use a conditional statement, we need to import a common module right here. Common module. And for us to be able to use the router link to navigate, we need to import the router link right here. And we can see as I'm typing it, they are being imported right here. So that's it. So in my navbar component, I'm going to have my constructor and bring in my dependency. So this is going to be a private. You can have a read only. Read only basically means that we are not modifying the service we are injecting. That's what read only means. Meaning we're only reading from the service, we're not modifying the service. Then I'm just going to call it API service, and that's going to be called API service right here. And then I'm also going to have my router, and that's going to be called router right there. So that's it. I'm going to have a method called is authenticated. And this is basically just going to return a boolean, and this is going to just check if the user is authenticated. I'm going to say this.api service.authenticated. If this is authenticated, it's going to return a true. If it's not authenticated, it's going to return a false. They also have a method to log out. Let's call it handle logout. Logout, and this is going to return the void. I'm just first of all going to prompt the user to be sure he really wants to log out by having the prompt, which is basically going to be log out. Is going to be window.confirm, and then I'm just going to say, are you sure you want to log out? Just like that. If a user type yes, then if the response is a yes, then I'm going to just proceed to have a logout right here, which is basically this.api service logout. And when the user is logged out, I'm just going to navigate or route the user to the login page back. It's going to be /login right there. So this is our method right here, and we're going to be making use of this in our template. So come right here in the template part, we are going to be writing a code that is going to be displayed to the user in the nav bar. So right here, have a nav right here, and have a div that will display our logo, and give it a styling called logo, which I already prepared down, and have a link to navigate, and give it a styling called logo link. And for here, I'm just going to use a router to navigate. Router, where is it? Router link. Router link is going to go home, which is basically going to be /home. And then the title of my logo right here, I'm just going to call it a task manager. That's it. I'm going to have other divs to display my content of my navbar. Give it a styling called contents. And right here, I'm going to use the ng container right here. And just as ng container, basically a container, you don't really have much to do. Ng container. And then it's more like a wrapper, more like another kind of div, you know. So we just have a link right here, and then have my router link right here. This is going to navigate to the tasks, and this is going to be called my task. And then I'm going to have a button to log out right here, which is a button. And this is going to be called logout. And when you click on it, which is basically the click, when you click on it, it's going to run the handle logout method right here, which is this. Just bring that in. I'm going to invoke that method right here. Let's invoke it, and it's going to log out. I'm going to have a styling right here called nav button. But I'll just call it button because it's basically no need to have it now. Okay, so that's fine. Yeah, so for this, I'm going to have a conditional statement right here. If a user is authenticated, then show the task and the logout. If not, then just show other one. Before I do that, I'm just going to have the other one, the other one right here, which is basically the ng template right here. And this is basically just going to have my login and register right here. Just very simple right here. So let's have our conditional statement right here. Move this down. Within this place, I'm just going to use the ng if equal to if is authenticated, which was basically what we did right there. If authenticated, then this container is going to be mounted. Else, if it's not, I'm just going to have the S. You know what? Let me just break this down right here. See within that S, I'm going to map this other ng template, which I'm going to call unauthorized by giving it a hash of a hash and an ID of unauthenticated. S, let's run the unauthenticated container. So this is it. Ng if means that if it's authenticated, which is basically this method right here, is going to call this method. If this method returns a true, then it's going to mount this container right there in our nav. Else, if it's not, it's going to execute this ID right here, which is basically the identification for this container right here. So that's it. Let me quickly also have my footer, and then we're going to display that shortly. So for the footer, I do not really have much to do. I'm just going to come to my footer right here, and then just display the current year. I just say current year, something like that. What's going on? Current year is going to be, it's a number, and it's going to be new date, and that's going to be to get the current year, get full year. So this is basically just going to be the current year for us. Then, and our template is very straightforward. I'm just going to have some kind of dummy links right there. Not really what we have to worry about. Just a footer, have your display your current year right here, your alright reserve, and some kind of dummy links right here at terms of condition thereabout. So if I still come right here to my page, we can see none of those are showing up because we've not, make them to show up. So to do that, I'm just going to move down right here, come to my app. Before we do that, our index.html is the entry point of our project, which you can see right here, and it's displaying the app.root, which is now this app component, and the app component right here, which you can see is the app root. So when you run your Angular project, it's going to execute, it's going to trigger the index.html, and right here we can see that we are mounting the app root component, which is this app component right here, and the selector is app root. So invariably, the app.component.ts is the entry point for our application, which is basically the same as the app.component.html. As we can see right here, we can see whatever we see right here is basically what is being displayed right here. So if I come right here and just put something like, hey, it's me right here, let me do that and just say H1, hey, it's me, and just do some kind of funny stuff right there. We're going to see it being displayed. So if I come right here, we can say, hey, it is me. Look at the funny stuff right here. So that tells us that our entry point, this app.component.html, is what is being displayed. But we don't want this again, so I'm just going to delete everything right there. And if I have some CSS right there, I'm going to delete everything right here. If I'm having a CSS, I don't have it, so let's leave it up. So right here, what we're going to do now is to put our app bar and footer, and then have a router so we can use the routing as we already have a route. We want to be able to move from one page to another. So we need to have a routing configured. So to do that, I'm going to come to the app.component. I'm going to import the component which I'm going to be mounting. We can already see by default a router applet is already being imported for us, which means that we can now use the routing in this component. So let me also, I don't have to remove that. Let me add my nav bar component and my footer component right there, because I'm going to be using that in the component right here. So right here in the template for the app component, I'm going to just have bring in my navbar, which is basically going to be app.navbar, and then I'm going to be having my footer, which is going to be app.footer. So how are we going to know that should be app-footer? So how do we know that this app-navbar is now our navbar? If I go to the navbar right here, component, we can see the selector is telling us that app-navbar is the selector, which is basically what we use to, if you want to render this is basically what we're going to be using to render this. So that's how we got the app.navbar. For the app.footer, the same thing. If I go to my footer.component, we can see the selector is app-footer, which is telling us that, hey, this is pointing to this component right here, which is basically what I'm doing right here. Where is it? Right here, app-footer. So for us to continue to use the navigation, I'm just going to have my router.outlet right here. This is going to help me to use navigation. So wherever page I am, or whatever component I want to display is going to be replaced by, is going to replace the router outlet, while the nav and the footer is always going to be there. So that's it. Let me check if I'm having some error. I'm not. So let me go back to my code. We can see our navbar is showing right here and our footer is showing. So I think there are some spaces right here which I don't need. So to get rid of that, I'm going to go to the app.component, or maybe the index or style.css right here. The style.css is a global styling, so I'm just going to go to the style.css, and whatever I put in right here is going to affect all the components. I'm just going to say for everything, I want the margin to be 0. So right here we can see the margin is gone, and these other ones below is gone. So our navbar and footer is displaying correctly. Now let's have our registration implementation. I'm going to just close this a bit. I'm going to go to my register component right here. I'm going to start with the component implementation right here. So first of all, I'm going to be importing the module I'm going to be using, which is the common module, the reactive form module, and the router link. And after that, I'm going to have my constructor. I'm going to bring in my dependency. I'm going to be having my form builder. For those who might not know what form builder is, a form builder is a modular component in Angular which help us to bundle our form and also to perform validation on that form. So it's very easy to use. So I'm also going to bring in my API service. And I'm also going to have my router. So let me just move into the next line. I'm going to have my router right there for navigation. Then after that, before then, I'm going to first of all have my form group, which is basically going to be used to bundle our form. I'm just going to call this registration reg form, which is basically going to be a form group. Then I'm going to have my error, which is basically going to be used to handle an error, which is by default is going to be something like this. So I'm going to create my form group object right here within my constructor. I'm going to say this dot form reg form, which is a type of form group that's going to be used. I'm going to use my form builder to build it, which is fb.group. I'm going to initialize my feeds, which is basically I'm going to be needing the username and then the password. So I'm just going to perform a validation by putting the validation to required. This basically means that before our form group will be considered a true form, will be considered to be genuine, we must pass in the username, and that is required. And then the password too is also required, which I'm just going to call password right here. And the password too is. So we need the username and password before our form group can be successfully built right here. So after that, I'm going to just say this.api service login. You know what? Let me just this.api service you know what? Let me just have my method to submit before I start doing that. I'm just going to call it on submit. I'm going to say to have some validation if this dot registration form dot is valid. Invalid. If it is invalid, then let me just say this dot error equal to please fill in all fields, and then I'm just going to break off by having the return right there. But if everything looks good, then I'm going to move forward and just say set my error to be none right there. And then I'm just going to say this.api service.login user. I'm going to be logging in this user by passing the registration form, which is basically the values. And then I'm going to subscribe to this because it's returning an observable. And when I subscribe, I'm going to collect the positive value, which is from the next. And that's going to be called a response, which is of type any. And this is going to have some validation again, whereby if the response.status code, which is coming from our API right here, with the response.status code right here, if it's successful, if it's 200, that means our login this should be registered user, not login. So this is going to be this.api service.register right here, register user. If our status code is successful, that means I'm going to say, I'm just going to navigate to where is it? Navigate this the router dot navigate. I'm going to navigate to the login page. If our registration is successful, I'm going to move to the login page, and that's going to be it. As if there's some kind of error somewhere, I'm going to display the error, which I'm just going to say this.error equals to the response.message. Yes, if it's not there, let me just have an S right there. I'm just going to say registration not. If the status code is probably not 200, then I'm just going to get the response right there. If somehow we are able to, if an error is encountered, there's going to be error right there. I'm going to collect it. I'm going to collect it, and I'm going to display it right there. So cut that error, and let's use our arrow function, move this up like this. I'm just going to say this dot error equals to the error dot, let's check if the error is there. If it's there, let's get the message. If it's not there, somehow if it's not there, let's just extract the message directly. So this is going to be to display the error, and this is our registration implementation. So we're going to quickly also have the template right here, and it's very straightforward. Let me just check if I can have time to write it out. If I'm not able, I can pause it and just have it delivered right here. Okay, this is it. I quickly just wrote it out. It's basically a HTML template, which is very simple, which we have let me just get rid of it right here. We basically have a div and the styling is there. And this is going to show the register here. And if there's error, we are displaying the error. Ngif is an Angular directive that is basically saying that if this variable exists, then mount whatever you have right here. So if the error exists, which is right here, if there's error right here, it's going to display the error right here. So this is our form, and the form group is a red form because we're using a form group, and whatever values we have right here is going to be collected using the red form. So we have our input right here, which is the, we have the ID, the placeholder, the form control name, which is the username right here, the form control name, which is the password, and the values are going to be saved in the rect form in the column of the rect form is having a username and password field, which is basically what we are collecting right here, the username and the password for each of them. And then there's a type of submit right here. If the type of submit is executed, the onSubmit is called, which is going to call the method onSubmit, which is going to basically perform validations and then hit the register user API to register that user. And if successful, it will navigate to the login page. So that is that. And let me display this, map this on the router. So go to the app.routes right here, and we're going to configure our router right there. So within the routes array right here, I'm going to register my route, which is basically an object of paths. So this is going to be a path. The first is going to be register, means that if a user goes to register, it's going to execute this component right here. And the component is going to be called the register component right there. So that's it. Let's also do the same thing for the login. And if a user goes to /login, the component to be mounted is going to be the login component. So where will this component be mounted? This component is going to be mounted in this router applet right here. So if I go to the /login page, this router applet is going to be replaced by the login component. If I go to the registration page, the router applet is going to be replaced by the registration component. And the app, nav, and footer will always going to be there. So that's our routes right here. And let me test this out. I've not written the login page. Let me do that quickly. I'm just going to copy everything I have in the registration page. They're basically the same thing. And just paste it right there in the login. Copy that, go to the login component. Have everything right there, and just also do the same with the imports. So come right here in the imports right here, the login, have the imports right there, and then also copy this exact thing right here in the login right there, just have it there. So this is our login, and everything is going to be called login. So let me replace this with login form to be consistent. Let's call it login form right there. This is going to be login form, and this is going to be login. This is going to be simply called login user. So one other thing to add, whenever a user is being logged in and the login is successful, we want to save the token of the user to our local storage. So I'm going to do that by just saying this.api, no, not API service. Yeah, this is API service.save token. I'm going to just pass in the data from the token, which is basically from the data. If I try to log in right here, and I just log in right here, let me see. You can see the data is the token right here, which is basically the response.data right here. So that's basically what we are doing here. The response.data is going to be the token. We are saving the token, which is going to be used to authenticate the user. Then after that, we're going to be navigating to the tasks page, no longer to the login. We're going to navigate to the tasks page when the login is successful. Let's just replace all register with login right here, and that's going to be it. And for the login page, I'm going to come right here and just copy what I have here, and then just paste it there. and then this is going to be called don't. This should be when you don't have an account. This is going to be called register, and this is going to be called register here. So right here, this is going to be called login, as it's a login page, and this should be called login here. And here I'm just going to call this sign in to manage your task or something like that. Just do that like this and say sign in to manage your task, and username is there collected by the form group, and then the password is there collected by the form group right here. So we're having a little bit of error right here in our login component. Let me see what is it, where the problem is, and just see right there. Okay, line 35. Let me see what's there. Okay, yes, line 35. So see, this div was not properly closed. Let me just see what the problem is, and let me go back for a while. Let's see. Reg form does not exist. Okay, it's not okay. In my login component, reg form does not exist, means that this reg form, the form group is no longer called reg form right here. The form group is now called login form right here. So in your login component right here, modify this to login form, and let me check right there, and let me just see reg form, see reg, okay. I'm still having that error. Unexpected closing of div right here. Let me check. Okay. I'm just going to take a look at that and see where the problem is. Okay, that's the fees. We probably have some div right there, which I did not close, and I quickly just did that quickly. So that it's working fine right now. So I'm going to just test this out. I'm going to go to here, and I'm going to click on login right here. We can see this is the login page. If I click on register right here, this is the registration page. So let me just register as, let's just say Sarah. Let's see, do I already have a Sarah? Okay, let me just use a different, let's say Hannah, and let's say Hannah register. We can see it was registered, and we are being told to log in as Hannah. Let me just log in Hannah, log in. You can see login was worked, and we're now in my tax page because login, let me see. Let me just check error. If let me inspect and see, I'm expecting this to try to navigate away. If after the login, and let me see, okay, cannot match any URL task. Okay, login was successful, and we're not able to match any URL code task right here because that has not been created for me. So if I go right here to my application and I go to local storage, we can see this is the token for Sarah, for Hannah, sorry, which I have successfully saved. So our implementation for registration and login is working correctly. I'm going to have my task page, and I'm basically not going to waste much time right here because it's very straightforward. When a user is authenticated, the user can actually view all the tasks, and they're basically codes, just to get a task and display the task, and then you can click on the edit button to edit the task. That's basically what should be on the task page, which is basically what we have right here on the design. Basically the task page, and when the user is logged in, it navigates to the task page, and this is just to display all the tasks. You can click on the status to filter a task. You can click on the priority to also filter by priority. You can click on the add button and click on the edit button. So as the implementation is already clearly said, so I'm just going to quickly write this offline. I'm going to explain and comment my code out so you can get to see what exactly if I did. So I believe more on explanation rather than writing code per se. So I'm going to go to the task right here and quickly write my implementation down right here. So as we can see, I have written my task component quickly, and it's basically very simple, which we can see right here. I have an array of tasks, all my tasks. I have an array to store my filter task. I have my error right here. I have my priority, which I can easily set. I have my completion filter, which I can easily set. And on init is basically a a is basically a life cycle for a component. On init basically means that immediately the component is being mounted, whatever you place within here is going to be executed. So what I'm saying right now is that whenever a user navigates to the task page, I want to first of all check if the user is authenticated. If not, user should be directed to the home page. But if the user is authenticated, I want to fetch all the tasks that belongs to that user. So that's basically what I'm doing here. I'm calling the API service to get all my tasks, and I'm basically getting the tasks for that current user, which is going to pass in the header, which basically contains the token, and the backend is going to use that token to fetch all the tasks that belong to that user. And that task is coming in, I'm going to set it to the task array. And from the task array right here, I'm going to filter the task array right here, which you can see right here. I'm looping over the task array right here, and I'm displaying all the contents right here. So it's very, very straightforward and easy, and the logic is good. If no tag is found, I'm going to display no task found for your filter or whatever we are trying to filter for. So that's basically going to be it. And if a user, let me come again, if a user click on mark as completed, I'm going to call the update task. I'm going to pass the completed to be true, which is going to update that task for that user, that particular task by ID, which is basically what we are having right here. Okay, so that's going to be to toggle. You can say toggle complete. We're calling the update task right here. I'm passing the completed status to be true or false based on the value from the completed. This negation is going to convert this to a true or false. So that's going to be it, and it's very straightforward. I'm going to test this out as the code is already there, and we can go through it. So I'm going to come to my app.route.ts. I'm going to register my routes right here. My task routes, copy this, have it right here. This is going to be called tasks. And my component right here is going to be called tasks component. And that's going to be all. So let me check if I have some code error, which I do not have. And I'm going to test this out. We can see right here already. If I close this, we can see it's already showing me my task, and the logout is already there. So if I click on log out and log out, we can see we have our log in and the register. So let me just log in to a user who already has some task, which is Dennis Stones, and the password is Dennis, and I click on log in right here. We can see this is the task page right here, and this is basically the task which is already meant for the login user. We can see the navigation have changed to log out right here and in my task. So these are the tasks that belongs to this user, and the user can filter the tasks by priority. If I click on high, we can see only the high tasks are displayed. Click on medium, just the medium task, or low, just the low task. And I can also filter by status to be completed. We can see just the completed tasks are showing. The completed task have this kind of styling blue right here, and the completed marked tick. If I filter by pending, you can see those kind of marked is no longer there, and these are all the pending tasks. So this is it for the task. When I click on add new task for now, nothing is going to happen because that route does not exist. If I click on the edit task, the route also does not exist. So let's just bring that in quickly. So we want to basically use the same task form page to add and edit a task. So I'm just going to register that in the router first, then we proceed. So I'm just going to do that quickly. And to add a task is going to be task slash add, and the component is going to be a task form component. And to edit a task also is going to be a task form component, and the path is going to be a little bit different. That's going to be slash edit, and I'm going to pass in the task ID as a variable, which is something like this. When you're going to the edit route and you're passing in the task ID, which means that we're going to be getting a task by ID, and we're going to be updating the value for that task. So now let's go to the task form component and quickly have the implementation right out there. So this is the task form component. I'm going to quickly do again, paint the information down and explain the code one after the other. Okay, I'm done. I've quickly written the implementation down, and as usual, we are having our necessary imports module, and this is it. We have all our task form to add a task, and then it's edit button. Basically, if we're in the editing mode, that means we're going to be calling the update implementation to edit. If we're not editing, we're going to be calling the add task API. Now, task ID is there, so if we're just going to check if this user is mounted, which you can see right here on ng on init, if this component is mounted, meaning that if a user navigates to this page, we're basically going to first of all check if the task ID is there. So if the task ID is there, which we are getting from the params, then its editing is set to be true. If task ID is not there, then its editing is set to be false. So based on if we are editing, we determine which method we're going to call to either update a task or to add a task. So that's going to be done quickly when the component is mounted. Then this is basically to fetch a task. So if we are actually editing a task, then we're going to call this method to fetch a task by passing the task ID. This is going to get all the tasks and it's going to populate the task as we have right here in this design right here. So this is to edit a task, and to add a task by default is going to populate the task right here and display it to know exactly what task we are currently at. So this is to fetch a task by ID, and this is basically just a method to format the date for me before I pass it to save. And when I click on the submit button, it's going to basically perform some validation for me. And if I'm editing, it's going to update a task. If I'm not editing, it's going to create a task for me. And I also created the form group by using the form builder, which we already know how it works. And we will not have to spend much time to explain the form group and the form builder. It's basically used to create a form and then to validate the form. It's an Angular built-in module. So that is that. And if I want to delete a form, I'm basically call it on delete, and it's going to just prompt me if I actually want to delete that task. And if it's yes for me, it's going to delete that. Now let's move to the template and see what I'm doing right there. So this is the template right here. And it's pretty very straightforward. I'm basically checking if this edit is true. If it's true, I'm going to display edit task. Else, I'm going to display add new task. And this is basically our form with an input where you can type in your title, the description. And this is a date where you can use to select a date by using the form group. And then that's it. And then when you click on the delete the updates right here or create, is going to execute that based on where what we want to do. Then I have a button right here to delete a task, and then to cancel if I probably want to go back. So that is our task form. And let me check if I have errors, which do not have for now. And I'm going to test this out again. So go back to my Chrome and come right here. So go to my task right here. Okay, my task is not going. Then basically check what is wrong there. I'm going to come back to my navbar and just check my navbar. That's our link. Let me check what I'm not doing here. So this is going to be the router link and /tasks. And let me just come right here again. Let me just log that for now and then log in again by Dennis and log in. And this is our task right here, which is displayed correctly. And if I click on add new task, it's going to go to the add task page. And I can actually test this out. Let me try to add a task. Let me see a new task just added. The description should be the same thing. The date, click on this to select a date. Let me just select June. Priority, let's just make it to be, let's do it at medium, create a task. Whenever a task is created, it's going to navigate to the all tasks. We can see this is a new task that was added. The created was make a thing 25 and this is the due date. If I click mark complete, this task has been completed. I can toggle it off. I can click on edit a task. You can see when I click on edit, all the information for that task have been populated. I can just say edited and I click on update task. We can see edited right here. It means that this has been edited. I can just edit again and click on delete and OK, and the task has been deleted. So one little problem right here, if I click on my task, it goes home. If I click on my task again, we can see we're having difficulty coming to the task page. And if I am on the home page as well, we can see that nothing is being displayed right here, which is not good for user experience. So let's fix both issues. So go back to my code right here, and I'm going to go back to my app.route. And first of all, I'm going to have my fallback page, right? Fallback URL. So I'm just going to come right here, and I'm going to have my path, which is going to be anything I'm going to redirect to, which is going to be to tasks/tasks, and then I'm going to have a path match, which is going to be of full, and then that's going to be it. And I'm just going to comment this and say default fallback, like that, URL. So let me just, that's a comment. So if I move back right here, and I probably just go to anything right here, let's say /anything, we can see, let's say /anything right here. Okay, it's still not working. That's because I'm redirecting to, that should be tasks, and fallback pathman should be full. Let me just see right there what's going on. I'm redirecting to, and again, that should be that. Let me also see if my path matches any other kind of crazy stuff right here, then redirect to this. So any crazy stuff means that / any crazy stuff like this that is unknown, we can see we are redirecting back to the task page. That's where this asterisk means that any other part that does not match what we have here should redirect back to the task page. White space means that, let's say I come right, I just do like this. I just go to the home page, it's going to go to this task right here. So that's what both of these fallback means, and that's going to redirect back to the task page. So to fix this right here, my task right here, I'm going to come to my navbar HTML right here, and for here, if we can look at my router link, I'm putting in a quotation after the task, which is not supposed to be there. So get rid of that and just leave your double quotation. If you are using a single quotation, just leave it as single quotation only. And then I'm going to probably add my little bit of styling right here, which I omitted. And that was called links. I think that was called links. Let me see that link here, or nav link. Let me just check it as link. Okay, that's not link, that should be nav link, right? Nav link right there, which is basically this right here. So let me see what's gonna see not going on well. Let me just okay. We can see right here, this is my task right here. If I go to log out and be logged out, and if I log in again and log in. When my task, if I go to add task and click on my task right here, it takes us back to my task. So everything right here is moving, is a bit better, and it has a good user experience. I'm going to be showing how to deploy a full stack Spring Boot, SQL, and an Angular project to the cloud, basically to the AWS cloud. So this project is a task management app. It was built, the package was built in Spring Boot, and I'm using my SQL database, and then the front end was built in Angular. So I'm going to be deploying this to the production. So here is an outline of my deployment step. I'm going to leave a documented link, a detailed link of this documentation, and you can follow that at your end. So this is more like a basic or a simplified documentation, and this is more like a basic one. So all the links to each of them are going to be dropped. So what we're going to do first is to create our cloud database, connect that to our service, deploy our backend to the cloud, and when we are done with that, we're going to deploy our front end to the cloud as well. So this is the RDS configuration, which basically means relational database service. Is basically a database in the cloud. We're going to be doing that, configuring that by following the steps. After that, we're going to create an EC2. EC2 is a virtual server in the cloud, more like your computer where you can, run the application and you can do whatever you do on your laptop or on your computer, right? There's basically just a cloud server. That's what EC2 means. And then we have our S3 is basically a bucket for deploying static files and projects. So we're going to be deploying our front end in our S3. We're going to configure it, and then we're going to see everything. So let's just kick this up by first of all going to our AWS. So right here you go to aws.amazon.com, and if you don't have an account, you just click on sign in to console. If you do not have an account, you are just going to click on the create new account right here, and it's basically free for 1 year. And after that year, you are basically going to be paying for the resource you are using. If you are using nothing, then you basically just going to be there. So if you already have an account, just click on sign in using a root user. Or if you already have a custom user you created within your account, you can sign in using that. I already have that. I'm just going to pass the username and the password right here. I'm just going to continue. So click on sign in. And we can see I've successfully been signed in. So if you are just creating your account, you're not going to see any recent visit right here because you've basically not done anything. But if you've already been using AWS, you're going to see the places you visited. So for me, I'm already using it, so I have some resources that I've used in recent weeks. So that's it, and it's going to show you like this. So what I'm going to do next is to create a database in the cloud and then configure it. So to do that, I'm going to come to the search right here. Just search for RDS right there. Type in RDS, and it's going to pop up some services up right here, and you can see the Aurora and RDS. So click on that. And it's going to show you something like this right here. So you can see where my icon is to the left. You can click on database right here. If you click on that, it's going to show you the database that you already have. So for me right here, I have no database instance right here. What I'm going to do is to click on create database right here so we can create a database in the cloud. So click on that. And right here, you can leave it on standard create. Then based on the database engine we are using, we're going to be selecting our database. So for me, in my project, I'm using MySQL. So I'm going to click on this MySQL right here. So at your end, if you're using Postgres, you can click on the Postgres, or Oracle, you can click on whatever database you are using in the project. So I'm going to click on MySQL because I'm using MySQL. Then right here, I'm going to click on this tool so it can show the proper engine for my database, and we can see right here it has auto selected this MySQL engine version 8 for me. So let's leave that. And then we are saying for enable RDS extended support, we don't need that. You can only click on that if you want an extra paid offering. For me, I don't need that, so leave it as it is. Then the plain template right here, we have the production, the dev, and the free tier. Because we just want to use this to test how it works, you can click on the free tier. When you're about to move to production, you can click on the production right here to create a production instance. So for this, I'm going to be using a free tier. Click on the free tier so I will not be charged. So this is going to auto select the available instance for me, and then move down for the database instance identifier. You can type in anything, basically what you want to be used to identify this instance. For me, I'm just going to call that tax app. It's basically a task app I created, and the connection activity for the database is going to be the username or the root, and then we are going to create a password right here. So for the password, I'm just going to create a password. Let me just say something like this. Don't know if it has correct right here. Let me just say, you know what? Let me just create a document right here so I can record my information right there. I'm just going to say cloud AWS cloud DB details, and I'm just going to have my username and password. So my username right here, which you can see is admin, I'm going to leave it as it is. Then that's going to be admin. Then the password, I'm going to create a password. Let me just say and 1 2 3 A capital A B C. Let me just say let's just say 5 4. I don't know. Let me just copy that right here, and that should be my password. And then paste that as my confirm password, and that's going to be it. I'll leave everything as it is, and you can click additional storage information. We don't really need additional storage configuration right there. So leave everything as it is. Keep scrolling down. Right here in the public access, click on yes. It means that you want to be able to access this database publicly, which is outside this platform. For public access, click it to be yes. Keep moving down, keep moving down, keep moving down, keep moving down. Then for additional configuration, you can click on that. You're basically going to have an initial database name. So what is the initial database we want to give it? I'm just going to say task DB. So I can just leave it like that. And let me just call it task DB. Let's leave it that way. Keep moving down, keep moving down. And that's going to be it. So I'm going to move up again to specify my port, which probably I omitted. Move up, move up. That should be in our additional configuration right here. We can see the default port we are using is 3306. So let's leave it as it is. I don't want to change it. You can change it if you want. So let me just restart that right there. So what we just need to do is to click on standard create, select your database right here. Make sure your engine is selected, choose your template, and then specify your instance name, type in your username and type in your password, and that's going to be it. Make sure your public access is enabled right here, and your port is by default 3306. You can leave it, and then that's going to be it. You can add your initial database right here, which we're going to see when we connect, and that's going to be it. So click on create database right here, and it's going to create a database for me. So we can see a database is being created. I can just close this up, and the status is creating, and it's going to take a little bit of time before this will finally create. So now we can see our instance status is now available, which means that our instance has been created successfully. So if I go back to my documentation right here, we can see in our RDS office, we've been able to do step 1 to step 9 right here. This has already been completed. So what I'm going to do is to configure my security group so we'll be able to connect to this database in our workbench or in an external environment. So come back to my database instance and click on the database identifier, click on the instance, and then right here, you're going to move down and you're going to see a security group right here where my icon is. Click on the VPC security group right here, click on that, and it's going to show you your VPC right here. Click on the security group ID right here, and then it's going to show you some inbound and outbound rule. So click on edit inbound rule right here where my cursor is. And then this is currently the inbound rule we have. So we're going to be adding a custom TCP, which is basically going to help us to connect to this instance right here, or wherever we're using the whatever service we're using this VPC group on. Is going to help us to connect to that service via a VPC, basically your HTTP or via the internet. So click on add rule right here. That should be custom TCP right here, and our port should be at 0 nothing. The resource should be anywhere IP4, and then that's going to be, you click on save rule, and that's going to be on. So if I click on edit inbound rules now, we can see we have 2 rules right here, and that's it. So I'm just going to go back again to our, where is it? To our instance, our database instance again, which is, let's go to database right here, go to database. So these are instance, and I'm just going to click on it to get more information about the instance. So I did not really explain much. I just wanted us to have the security configuration. So the reason why we did the security configuration, as I said earlier, we want to be able to connect to this instance outside of this AWS platform, e.g. in our workbench area. And the way AWS works is that every service, whenever you create a service, you need to configure the security or the permission for that service to be used externally. So that's basically the default configuration for AWS. Even when we are customizing our S3 bucket, our EC2, we also have to work on the security group and the permission as well. So let's keep that in mind. So now what we have here is our endpoint, which is basically the host name. Is that the host name? Basically what our URL for connecting to our database. I can just copy the endpoint right here. If I click on it to copy, and I'm just going to come right here and say URL to our DB is this, and we can see the port be displayed to all in 3306. So now let's test this out on our workbench or whatever GUI we are using to connect to work on a database. So I'm just going to click on the workbench, and I'm just going to click on right here, click on this plus to add a new connection. And here is going to be called AWS Cloud Task. Let me just say Task Instance. So our host name, as we said earlier, is going to be our URL connection, which is basically this endpoint right here. Copy that, paste that as the host name, and then the port is 3306, which we can see right here, 3306. And then our username is going to be admin, which is basically this when we're setting it up. Copy that to the admin. And our password is going to be this password right here when we're setting up our instance, which I'm going to copy right there and just click on this password right here and paste it there. Click on OK, and then let's click on test connection right here. So if you connected to a Postgres DB, you can also use your GUI to also test, but that the details are basically similar and the same. So now we've successfully made a connection to my SQL cloud, which you can see right here. So let me just click on OK again. This has been registered right here. Click on it. It's going to try to connect to the cloud DB, and if it's successful, it's going to let us know. You can see that has been successfully connected, and we can see right here we have a task DB, default DB we created, which we already saw when we were creating the instance. We were told to specify a default initial database, which was initialized for us called task DB. If I click on it, we can see there are definitely no table and there are no structure right here. What I'm going to do now is to link this cloud database to my backend service. So I'm going to come back right here to my Spring Boot service. I'm going to stop this for now. And this is my local MySQL connection. I'm going to create a production connection right here. I'm going to call this production connection. I'm going to copy my local away and leave my production connection right here. So the URL definitely is going to be our production endpoint, which is basically what we have right here. This is basically what we have right here. Our endpoint URL is going to be our production URL. That's going to be right here. Then our port is 3306 and our database initially was taskdb, which you can see right here. So that's going to be called taskdb. And then our username, we already saw how we connected to our DB right here. Our username was basically admin. Let me copy that. Admin. And our password was this right here. And then this is my SQL, and that's going to be, if you are using a Postgres, so this is the Postgres connection right here. Just change this to production connection and put in your URL right here. Pass in your port, your database name, put in your username, password, and every other thing is going to remain the same. So let me just run this to check if I will be able to connect to my cloud database. Click on run right here. I'll move this up again so we can see the log properly. So has it started? Okay, we can see it has started. I think it did not start. The driver did not receive any package from server. Okay, we were not able to connect to this. I'm just going to check what was the problem. Okay, so the problem basically was more of a connection issue because I'm unable to determine the thing. So let me just restart my Wi-Fi and then start again. So let me just refresh. I restarted my network and then that was why there was a glitch. So let me rerun this again. Make sure you have a strong network connectivity. So I just restarted my Wi-Fi and let me just retry that again. So let me go to my workbench. Let me just open that to check if that's going to connect. And then as that is going, I'm actually running my backend right here to see if application will able to start correctly. I'll just move this away to the top and let's just watch and check if that's going to be start. We can see right here we say started task app in 29 seconds. So that means we're able to successfully connect to our database, and that means that our app we're able to connect to our DB. So if I come to Postman right here and just probably, you know what, let me just to confirm that my database is trying to up. I just wanted to run some query to see if we have something right there. Okay, that's going to take some time, but yeah, so the connection was successful, and when the database opens correctly or when my Mac is able to load properly, you can probably just check that out. What I'm going to do now next, let me just move this somewhere down, is to come right here. Just move this away. Is to come right here and proceed to the EC2 configuration. And EC2 is basically an instance on the server for us to, okay, I'm unable to do that. It's basically an instance on the server where we can create an instance in the server to help us to create a server where we can deploy our production application to. So I'm just going to do that by following the simple instruction right here, and then we're going to see how that works. So come to right here. Within my search right here, just search for EC2, and it's going to bring on an EC2 right here. You can see it's telling us that it's a virtual server in the cloud. It's basically like a computer which is in the cloud, and when we configure it, we have access to do whatever we want with that server. So click on the EC2 right there, and it's going to do something like this right here. it's just trying to load. My network is a bit very slow, so I'm just going to give it some time to load properly. So right here, if you are on EC2 right here, what you're going to do is to come to the instance right here, click on this instance where my cursor is, and that's going to show you if you have any instance already running right here. So let's just wait for it to load properly. So we can see right here we have no EC2 instance. So click on launch instance right here. Make sure you are on EC2 right here. Click on launch instance, and that's going to open a page for us like this. So in our instance right here, name and tag, I can just have a name, call it task, let's say task server, something like that. And then select your OS. I want it to be my Amazon Linux. You can select whatever OS you need, but an Amazon Linux seems to be the best for now. So leave it as Amazon Linux. Click down, make sure this is on free tier, and that should be on free tier so we will not get paid. Then click on create new key pair. This key pair is basically the credentials which will be able to be used, which can be used to log into the server on our laptop or whatever environment we are in. Click on create a new key pair, and let me just call it task server. Let's just say call it task server, can be anything, or task, let me just call it task PIM. And then the key pair type should be RSA, and the private key file type should be .pem. Click on create PIM right there, and that's going to create and download a PIM for me. So that has been downloaded right here, tax PIM. So let's move forward again, leave that right there. Make sure that this should be allow SSA traffic from anywhere, which by default is going to be there. So move down, click on advanced details right here. We don't really need to do anything, just leave everything as it is. And then we're just going to click on launch instance. So the two things we need to do right here is to copy your instance name, select your OS operating system, and then generate your key pair right here. That's all. So click on launch instance, and we're going to wait while it's trying to create an instance for me. We can see successfully initiated launch of this. So click on the instance right here, and it's going to open this up in this page, and it's going to try to load the instance and try to reconfigure some things. We can see the instance state is running, and we can see the status check right here is initializing, means that the status has not passed all the requirements. So as that is running on the background, let's come right here. We can see now download. This is our tax.pem. I don't want it to be right here. I want it to be in its dedicated folder right here. I'm just going to come right here in this folder and click N. I'm just going to call it PEM. This is basically going to be have it on my PEM file. So I'm going to come right here, move it, and place it in my PEM file right here. So that's going to be in my PEM file right here, so I can easily organize things on my laptop. So that's it. And right here we can see this is still checking, and we're going to be back when this has been, when the status check is complete. So as we can see, our instance state is running and our status check has been passed. So now I'm going to click on the instance ID so we can reconfigure this. As I said earlier, everything AWS has to do with the security and configuration. So let me click on the instance right here to open the instance. And we can see this is our public IP address, which is basically going to be used to access whatever service we have deployed on this application. I'm just going to copy that out right here. Click on that, just come right here and say EC2 Server right here. I'm just going to say IP right here. That's going to be our IP. And then we can see this is a private IP. It's basically going to be used for a server-to-server connection within our AWS platform, or more of an internal kind of connection. So let's just not talk much about that. We're going to be making use of our IP4 right here. And I'm just going to come right here, click on the security right here so we configure this to allow public access. So click on the security right here and then click on the security group right here. Click on it right here. And then click on the edit inbound rules. Inbound rules basically means things that want to come and connect to your server. So now we can see in the inbound rule, for now, we only can connect to this server using an SSH, which is basically the PEM file we created, and we are going to be connecting to, port 22. 22 is basically the default port when you're using SSH to connect to your server. But when we deploy our application to this server, we want to expose a port so we can access our server using a custom TCP, which is basically over the network. So to do that, I'm just going to click on Add Rule right here. Click on Add Rule. This should be custom TCP. And the port we want to expose the port of our service, which is 3030 right here. So our port is going to be 3030, and then our source right here is going to be anywhere IP4 right here, and then click on Save Rule. That's going to create a rule right here, and that's going to allow us to be able to connect to our server via that port over the Ethernet. So that has been created and saved, and we can see that has been registered right here. Our port is 3030 TCP, custom TCP, and IP4 right here. So that is that. What we're going to do now is to connect to our instance and do some server configuration. So I'm going to go back right here in my instance right here, and I'm going to click on, let me just make sure that my instance is clicked right here. I'm going to click on connect right here. Click on connect. And we can see this is under SSH client, and this is how to connect to our server using our SSH, which is basically using the PEM file. We can see right here we already have the list of things to follow to be able to connect. And first of all, we are told to open an SSH client. An SSH client can be your terminal, your PowerShell, your Bash, your Git Bash, something like that. So I'm just going to open my terminal. If you are on Windows, I will suggest you download a Git Bash so that you can have access to the Linux command, and as I'm going to be using the Linux command plainly. So for Windows user, just type in Git, where is it? Git download or Git Bash, something like that. I just click on download right here, and this is going to download the Bash for you, and you are able to open that up and have access to the Linux command. For other kind of users, you can follow along. So that's going to be it. And first of all, I'm going to go to open my SSH client, which is my terminal. And after that, I'm going to locate my PEM file. I'm just going to look for where my PEM file is, which is going to be lscd, this right here, lscd PEM, which is PEM right here. And if I type ls, let me clear this out. If I type ls, I can see this is my PEM file right here, path.pem.pem. I'm in the folder of my PEM file. So after that, I'm told to run this command to grant an access to this PEM file. So just type in chmod 400 and your PEM file, and let me just copy this and make sure you're in the folder your PEM file is. Paste that there, click on enter. That's going to grant an administrative access to this PEM file, which will enable the PEM file to be able to log into your server. When you are logged into the server, you have an admin privilege to perform some operation on the server. So I've granted this a 400 access, and after that, we are basically saying that after that, this is how to connect. Example, use SSH-I. SSH means secure shell. -I, where I paste -I means that we're using this to log into the server right here. So just click on that right here. I've clicked on that. On the command, just come right here, paste it right there. Make sure you are in the folder of your PEM file. Click on enter, and that's going to log you into the server. So just type in yes to enable a permanent fingerprint. We can see, let me just clear this up right here. We can see we are now logged into our remote server right here. If I type in ls, if I type in pwd, we can see this is it, and this is our remote server, and we can see this is our IP right here, our private IP, and it has to EC2. This means we are building the EC2 server right here. So now what we're going to do next is to prepare our server, to clean it up and to move our file into the server. So I'm going to just follow the sheet right here so we can basically know what all about, already know what I want to do. So now we have already done this, and here is where we are right here. We've located our PEM file, we've granted admin access, we've logged into the server, and what we're going to do now is to update our server environment. To do that, you're going to do a sudo yum update to update your environment. Sudo yum update. Click on enter, and that's going to update your environment. If there's any dependency that you need to download, it's going to just by default download some dependency for you. I think for now we only updated our kernel right here, and no other thing is needed, which is fine. So after that, I'm going to install JDK, as we're going to be deploying a Java-based application. So we need a runtime environment so our application will be able to run. So by now, if I just type in Java space that's version right here, we can see there's no Java command. Java is not found in our environment. So if we deploy a Java application, we cannot run that application. For those who want to use their server to deploy a Node-based project or a Python project, you also will be needed to install the environment for those. So install Python if you want to run a Python project. Install Node if you want to run a Node project. For us, we want to run a Java project, so we need to install Java in our server. So I already have a link to it right here in my documentation, and this is basically a link to install the latest stable Java version, which is going to be this. I'm going to copy this first one right here, which is the Java 21 headless right here. I'm going to just paste the command on my server right here, and that's going to install Java for me. So is this okay? Yes, that's okay. And it's going to install Java on my server environment. So as I said earlier, the server is basically just a computer in the cloud. Cloud is basically a remote computer somewhere. You might not know the location, but it's just there. Okay, we can see our Java has been installed, and for me to confirm, I'm just going to do Java space, let me see, Java, where is it? Java space dash where is it? Dash version, click on enter. I'm not spelling Java correctly. Java space dash version. We can see our OpenJDK 21 have been installed, our runtime environment is there, and our server is in 64-bit. So that means Java has been installed right here. What we're going to do next, for the documentation clearly, is to move or to copy to build our Java file and then copy it into the server and then run it on the server. Okay, we are going to move our project into the server. So first of all, I'm going to build my project to a Java file. So basically the backend project only. So I'm just going to stop this for now, and then just stop it, and then come right here in my Maven right here. Just bring this down a bit. Come to my Maven and just click on, you know what, in the right here, you're going to see an M kind of icon right here for those who might not know. So this is an M, basically the Maven. It's basically help you to package your application if you're those using Maven on that project. Click on it right here, you're going to see your project name, open it, you are going to see the life cycle, open it. First of all, you're going to clean that. When you're cleaning it, it's going to delete your target file right here, which is this. It's going to remove it, and after you've cleaned it, want to package it. Packaging basically convert all your projects into a jar file, which can easily be run in anywhere. So just click on the package right here, and it's going to bundle your application into a jar file, and we're going to get to see the jar file, which is going to be packaged in the target folder. Okay, this was built successful, and let me just close this up, and that means that it has been done. So if you somehow unable to see this thing right here, another alternative is to go to your terminal right here, go to your project and just do maven mvn then package PACKAGE is going to also package your project. That's basically the command if you do not want to use this right here. But make sure you have Maven installed on your operating system. So, but with this right here, you don't need to do that. It's already going to just run this in a box. So that's it. So let me just get rid of this. So now if I go to my target right here, we can see that we have our project, this task app right here, which is already been built right here. So I'm going to look for a way to move this to the server, production server, which is in our EC2. So I'm going to open my terminal right here. If I do ls, this is basically the project right we are in. I want to enter the target folder so I can access the jar file that was created. Do cd target, just enter tab, is going to complete it for you. Enter ls, we can see we have access to this jar file right here. So we're going to be working on the jar file, not the .original right here, no. Then the .jar file right here. This is what we want to move to the production server. Now, I'm going to just have a command right here to move it by copying it using SCP to copy, then -I where your PEM file is, because it basically needs your PEM file to authorize you to be able to connect or do anything with your server. So for me to know the location of my PEM file, I'm going to come right here. I can just before that, let me just create a folder in my server right here. This is my EC2 server right here. Let me just make a directory right here called, to create a directory, do mkdir means make a directory, means we're creating a folder. Let's just call it projects. This is basically going to contain our project. If I do ls, we can see if directory have called projects has been created for me. So I can just come right there and just have it right here. Right? Okay. So now I'm going to just exit this. I'm going to exit from here, just to exit here, right? It's going to be gone. And now I'm back to my PEM file, which is my local environment. We can see that's my users man. And I want to copy the location of this PEM file, which is basically going to be just type your pwd within the package of your PEM file, and it's going to copy the location. That's going to be this. I'm just going to copy that right here, and I'm going to say, come to my terminal right here, where my file I want to move, and say scp-i space the location of my PEM file / the name of the PEM file, which is basically going to be, let me just say this right here. So we're using this PEM file to move this task.jar file into the server, which is into our server, which is going to be, our server is going to be, let me go back to where my server is going to be this. The username of our server is going to be this right here. And that is going to be EC2 something. I've copied the username right here, which is this right here. Username for our server, copy it, type it there. And which is going to be our username, that's this column right here. And then I'm going to pass in the location where I want that file to be within my server right there. So for me to get the location, I can probably log in back to the server again to just copy the location, which I can just do this to log in back to the server. And let me just do ls, let me see the projects and do pwd. Pwd is going to be the location of where I want the jar file to be copied to. So do column, then / the location right there. I can copy everything right here, and then so you can probably get to see when you are doing at the end. And you can just make some changes right here, which is going to be this right here. So do that, and then just click on enter, and it's going to try to copy this jar file into the server. If there's any error, it's going to show you up. Or if you start counting right here, it means that the copying is in progress. And when it's done, it's going to be 100% right here. So we can see right now this has been successfully moved to our server. To confirm that, I'm reading the server right here. Let me just clear that up. And if I do ls, we can see do pwd, we're in the project folder. If I do ls, we can see this our jar file has been moved right here to our folder, to our server. So to run this, I'm just going to type in the Java command to run it, which is Java. Let me come right here. I already have it up. So java-jar, then the project name or the file name, which is java space dash jar, then space the project name. Click on enter, and it's going to try to run. We can see our project is running on the server right now, and it's going to try to do all this kind of crazy stuff. We can see started application in 10 seconds, and we can see our port is 3030. So for us to test this out, we already said that the way for us to connect to our server is basically using the public IP and the port. So our public IP for this is going to be 10.18.217.39.41. How do we know that? If I go to my instance right here, which is my EC2 instance, and I click on the instance ID, we can see we have our public IP right here, which is 18.217.39.141, which is basically something right here. So using the instance and the port for the service, we are going to be able to connect to the running service. So come right here in my Postman, and I'm just going to create a new, let me just create a new request right here. And this is going to be, do I need to create a new request? Okay, let's just do that. And this is going to be called, let me just say get or task production, PROD. This is the production part, and the URL is going to be this without the space. Get rid of the space right there. It's a public IP. So why not? Let me see. The public IP we need is a .18.217.39.141. I was just doing some crazy stuff right here. So okay, this is our public IP. Then our port is 3030. Then to get all the tasks, you go to let me see, /API/task. Let's see if the endpoint is going to work. /API/task. Click on send. I need to pass an authorization. I've never created any authorization. So you know what? So let's just leave that right here. So we are getting a response right here, meaning it's working. So let me just try to sign up right here by using my public IP right here. So I'm just going to come right here and pass in my public IP and the ports, and then just register. Let me just call it test user, and then the password is test right here. Click on send. And we can see user registered successfully. We are currently on our production URL right here, and we're able to successfully register a user. If I go back to my server, we can see I'm getting some logs right here, meaning inside sign up, and which means we're able to connect to our production service right here. So now the problem now is that if I click on exit right here to exit my terminal or my bash, and I come right here again, let's just try to do something right here. We can see could not send a request. That means that our service in our server was shut down when I tried to exit my terminal. So for us to do that, there's something we call a screen, which will help us to run a task at the background, which we basically call a screen, so that when we exit the terminal, it's not going to affect our service. Our service is always going to be run irrespective of whether we log into the set terminal or not. So let's use that to run our application. I'm going to open the terminal back in. I'm going to see into my folder where the task is, where my PEM file is. ls, we can see the PEM file is here. I'm going to use this to log into the server by using the SSH kind of thing, secure login right here. And this has logged into the server. If I do ls, we can see my project is here. See the project right there. ls, we can see our project is right there. So I'm going to be using the screen to create a screen so I can run my project on a screen. To do that, I'm just going to use the command screen dash capital S and then the screen name, which just going to call task right here. Click on enter. You can see that screen has been created for me. And if I want to run a project on a screen, I'm just going to say use the normal Java dash jar and then the app name and then click on enter, and then that's going to run this on a screen. So if I want to exit this screen, I'm just going to do, okay, let me allow it to run fully. It's already running, so I don't really need to waste time. So if I want to exit this screen, I'm just going to do Control AD. You can see that has exited the screen, and even if I decide to leave the exit from my terminal or connection, it's always going to be running. So if I come right here and I just log in right here, let me log in by using, I think my sign up was test user. Okay, let's just do that to log in, and let's just pass in the production URL right here. It's going to be called login. If I click on send, we can see we're going to be able to log in. We can see user was logged in right here using the production URL. So that worked correctly. And if I go to my database, we can see where it's already there. If I just say select, it's going to be there. Select all from task db.user users, and I click on this. Okay, that's called task db. We can see this is the user we created, which is test user right here in the production database instance, which you can see AWS cloud instance right here. So now this works fine. So we can see right now that my production service is already run even when I exit the screen. So now for me to see the list of the screen, just do screen. Let me just type it correctly. Do screen space dash ls. It's going to list the available screen right here. We can see we have a screen of this which is currently detached. Detached means that the screen is running and we are not attached to the screen right now. The service detached means the service on the screen is currently running at the background. So if you want to enter this screen, I'm just going to do screen space dash arrow, meaning I want to run or enter into the screen, and then use the screen name or the full ID plus the name. So just passing this screen name, click on enter, we can see we are back to the screen right here. If we want to exit again, Control AD, we are out of the screen right here. So let me just stop the project in the screen and then let me see what's going to be the status of the screen. Just do Control C to stop. This has exited the project, and if I do screen ls again, where is it? Screen space ls, we can see we have a screen which has been attached, means that hey, yeah, the service is not there and we are currently on the screen, but yeah, it's not running right there. So now that's it. So another thing for us to look at is a way for us to run our service and then have the logs in a different file right there. So this is basically the command right here. You can just have it and then do it. So let me just type it down to run a project whereby the log is going to be on a different file. So to do that, I'm just going to do the Java stuff dash jar, then the project name is going to be task, something like that. And then I'm going to then say, give a space right there, do a greater than something, and then have the file name which you want the logs to be logged into. You can call it anything. If the file is not there, it's going to be created for you. Then the extension can be .test or .long or .log or .anything. Then give it a space to greater than and 1. It's basically just an algorithm to say that hey, this is going to be running. This is going to be, going to be accepting inputs on a runtime or live input right there. Click on enter right here. We can see it's not telling us if the project is running or not. That means that this file is running while the logs are already being printed in a file called task So I'm just going to exit to, not exit, I'm just going to detach from this screen by doing Ctrl AD. And then if I type ls right here, we can see we have a new file called tax.txt. And for me to enter this file to see what the logs are, I'm going to do tail-f and then the file name, which is tax.txt, enter. We can see, okay, I didn't spell my tail well, tail-f. There we can see these are all our logs being put into this file. So let me just try to log in again and see, or let me just try to get all my tasks, something like that. Come right here, just do to get all my tasks. Pass in your, where is it? My header right here. And turn the URL to the production one, which is this. Get all my tasks, turn the URL to the production one. Click on send right here. We can see task retrieved successfully, which is currently empty. If I go back to the file right here, the log file, we can see our items are being logged on this file. Inside get all my tasks is being logged in real time. So if I want to exit this file right here, I'm just going to see it's going to exit the file where our screen is still up by this screen -ls, and we can see our screen is currently detached and it's currently running. So I can exit from my server right now, click on exit, and I'm gone. And I can just, do this. If I come right here and I click to continue my production, we can see I'm currently able to access my production endpoint where my terminal, I've created my terminal right here. Click on exit and it's gone, and my backend service is currently running on the screen right there in AWS server, and I'm able to access it right here. So now what we're going to do now is to connect this to our front end and then deploy our front end application. So to do that, I'm going to first of all run and build my front end project, and then I'm going to deploy it to my S3 bucket, which I'm going to configure, and we're going to see how it works. So first of all, I'm going to go to my front end project right here, which is in Angular. And I'm going to, I don't know, everything here looks kind of rough. Let me just stop this right now. Exit that, arrange this right here. I'm going to go to my service right here. I'm going to change the URL to my backend right here. I'm going to change it to my production URL. So I'm going to just look for it right here. That's going to be this right here. I'm going to change this to my production URL, which you can see my base URL is now my production URL. So after that, I'm going to open my terminal and I'm going to bundle my application into a production build file. So to do that, I'm going to open my package.json. I'm going to see the build right here. So to do that, I'm just going to say ng build or npm run build, which is going to bundle our app into a build file. So do ng build, click on enter, and it's going to, you can see it's building, it's going to build your application into a deployable state. You can see that has been done, and if I come right here, you can see there's a disk right here which has been created for me, and this is going to contain projects that's going to contain my deployable file right there. So if I want to open this disk properly, I'm going to let me go to the location of the file or the disk file. Let me just pwd. This is in my task Angular. Okay, so come right here. This is your task Angular right here, and this is my disk right here, and this task Angular right here. So this basically contains my production build right here, which is basically your browser right here, and then some kind of stuff right here. Just basically your browser, nothing there. Just your browser right here. All the files in your browser right here. So these are the files we're going to be deploying. So let's do that. I'm going to first of all go back to my EC2 right here. Go back to my Amazon right here. In the search right here, search for S3. Type in S3 in the search, and it's going to pop on this S3 scalable storage in the cloud. So click on it. This is going to show you the available bucket you have. I already have a bucket already for a particular project. So for us, I'm going to be creating a new bucket so we can see how this works. So click on create bucket right here. And this should be on general purpose, and the bucket name should be unique. Let's just call it task. Let me just say, I don't know. Let's say task, I don't know. Task, let's just say prod. Task prod, and this should be right here. And click on block all public access. We don't want to block public access, so unblock it. And I agree with this, and just click on create bucket right here. You can see our bucket has been created and we're not done yet. So click on the bucket right here, which was created for us. And what I'm going to do next is to click on the permission so we can modify the permission of this bucket. So click on the permission right here and move down. We can see the bucket policy right here. So we want others to be able to access the element in this bucket. So click on the edit bucket policy so we can rewrite a policy that will enable people to access items on this bucket. So if I go to my documentation right here, I already have a policy right here, which can easily be reused. I'm going to click on it, and it's going to open a policy right here. I'm just going to copy this right here, and then you go back to where your bucket is right here, and then paste your policy right there, and then change your source right here to what we have right here. I'm just going to copy this right here, and then paste that in your arrow in your ARN right there, and this is going to be it. Make sure that the star is there, and then this is basically just to allow people to have access to get object from this bucket. So that has been done. Click on save change right here, save change, and that is going to save our changes right here, and that has been saved. So next I'm just going to go to the properties right here, and I'm going to scroll down to the last down. I'm going to see static website hosting right here. Click on edit right here, and then enable the static website hosting, and this should be to host a static website. Then in our index document right here, this is basically going to be the entry point for our files right here. If you come to this website, it's going to trigger the index.html. So let's just call that index.html. If there's any error, let's just leave it at the index.html and click on save change right here. So that has been saved. So what I'm going to do now is, if I come right here, we can see there's already a static endpoint right here for me, which I'm going to come back shortly. So now let's go to the object right here, and then let's upload our file right here. Click on the upload right here. If my network is a bit slow, let me just wait for some time for it to load properly. Okay, that has been done. Then is it click on add file right here, because we want to basically add a file. Click on add file, and it's going to open our laptop, and I'm going to go to where the project is, which is basically this. Go to the disk right here, go to this, and go to browser, and copy all the file we have right here. This is basically everything right here, and then click on open right here, and everything is going to be uploaded right here, and then click on upload. We can see everything has been uploaded right there. So I'm just going to click on this little close right here, go back to the property right here, and we can see this is now our URL right here. So click on it, So we can see this URL has taken us now to, I see this now, our URL and our frontend has been deployed. So let me just test this out. I'm just going to register right here, click on register right here. And I'm just going to register, let's just say Samantha right here. Click on Samantha, click on register. And we can see that has been registered. Let me log in Samantha right here in the login. Samantha log in. I see Samantha has been logged in. Let's add a task for her. Click on, it doesn't have a task, click on add new task right here. Let me see. My first task, and that's going to be it. And my date is currently, I want the completion date to be, I want the priority to be high. Click on create task. We can see this has been done and I can mark complete. I can edit. Let me say edited, something like that, update. And we can see this, we're currently in our production, environment. And if I come right here and I just go to users in my production database, we're going to see that we have Samantha added, which is in our production, and we're currently calling in the backend from our production environment. So this is how to deploy a full stack project to Amazon Cloud. Let me just log out so we'll be done right here. So log out and we are done. So if this was helpful for you, you know what to do. Give it a like, give it a subscribe, and also share with your friends. And that's it.